Hello. Hi everybody. Hope everybody's Saturday's going well. I've slept most of mine, so hopefully I'll have lots of energy filled tonight. How's everyone doing? Who've we got here? We've got Mr. G, Primerix, Foray, Andy, Amok, Dom, Jost. Hi guys. So yeah, tonight we're gonna carry on with our game. I've got a few bugs I think I need to fix from last time. And then we're gonna have a go at trying to do a nice fancy animation for the absorb animation for the sprites, enemy sprites. So let me just make sure Fluebits is connected. I think it is. Oh, get my wine out first. We've got the usual, the Chardonnay, chili Chardonnay. Kind of need this. Good. Each video is over 12 gigs. Yeah, I have noticed actually. I'm a little bit behind on uploading them to YouTube as well. I've got two. Actually, no, I've got three. I've got the last make, the last dissect, and also the Halloween stream to put onto YouTube soon. They will go on eventually. I've just been really busy with many things at the moment, so finding the time to do everything is quite difficult. Oh, it does say I've got 2 dropped frames. Okay, I'll have to keep an eye on that. Hopefully, watching my camera's right in the way of the dropped frame counter, so I can't always keep an eye on it. I don't know why that's happening. Make sure the 5G's on. It is. Yep. Okay. Hi Colt, welcome to the stream. And some stutter. Okay. Yeah, maybe I have to drop the stream quality down a little bit. I'll carry on for now as we are. Thankfully my microphone's working tonight. Everything else seems to be okay. I've got my right ear. I've gone a little bit deaf in my right ear. It feels like I've got water stuck in it or something. Probably a result of this cold, which is only just going now after 2 weeks. So okay, let's have a look where we were at. So this is our start file. Remember rightly, I was in the middle of doing the eat animation, and there was a few little bugs around that. So let's take a quick look at that. So eat animation. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's for some reason player 1 is only eating to the right, no matter which way I face. If I remember rightly, player 2 is doing the opposite. Let me turn the joystick on for player 2. Oh no, they're both eating to the right. Okay. So we'll take a look at that first and see if we can figure out. Drop the quality, mean drink cheaper wine. Nah. 2 terabyte disc. Yeah, I do have a dedicated video disc. I have a 4 terabyte disc for all my videos. I do try. I don't keep the original stream though. I keep the cut down version that I put on YouTube. I don't see the point in keeping all the breaks in as well. And actually, the conversion lowers the file size a little bit as well, which is good. But yeah, like the Halloween stream is like 25 gigs, I think, or something like that. It's quite a lot, and that wasn't even 1080p. So, okay, Fluebits is all good, cool. All right, let's start looking at this. So the issue we've got is the player. When I eat is why something making a noise over here. I don't know what that is. Nothing's going to explode. Okay, so both players only eating in one direction. So this is to do with state. So let's try and refresh my mind on this. So this is the player state that we've got. We're using an entire 8 bits for the player state. We've got walk left and walk right, face left and face right. I can't remember why we need both of these, but I'm going to leave them in for now. We can always investigate if we need to we need to add some more states in here, we can do that. So let's go and see where state eating is being used. So this is checking if we're eating. Let's close that up a little bit. Oh, that's right as well. We refactored. This is draw player. We refactored player control as well. To use one function. Yeah, so we're using one function, calling it twice. Which was a good move because it was getting a bit difficult to keep on top of both of these at the same time. Okay, let's have a look. So what's everybody been up to then this Saturday? I've been really tired. I came home yesterday and fell asleep and missed Hayes' stream again. I struggle to watch streams on a Friday because I think my body knows I've finished work, so it just shuts off and goes to sleep. And then today I watched the new Joker film and then fell asleep. And then woke up maybe an hour or two before this. Did wonder where I was. Yeah, I do like to, I really like watching Hayes' stream, and I keep missing it because I'm asleep. But you know, and you're saying that Hayes falls asleep during my stream. So did I go for Red Dead Redemption on PC? No, not yet. I'm gonna wait till I've done this thing. When I've done this, then I will stump up for it and take a look. I've also been quite interested in playing the new Star Wars game as well, Jedi Fallen Order. It looks really good, so I want to give that a try at some point. Been soldering a PC Engine mod, like crap, man. Sleeping on the sofa and watching movie. What mod have you been doing on the PC Engine then? You've been doing the RGB mod. Okay, let's find out where this is. Okay, so this is what's turning our eating on. I don't think it's a problem of actually turning it on, because when we actually do the eat animation, it is working correctly. It's just pointing in the wrong direction. So I think it's our draw function that isn't quite picking it up correctly. So that's this bit here. So not eating is here. So it's this piece of code here which is doing our eat. Attack 2 joystick. Oh, cool. Yeah, I do like the Attack 2 joysticks. Although I use the zip stick. It's what I used growing up, and it's a really good joystick. It's always a toss up between that or the Competition Pro. Gamers Nexus did a vid on driver fixes for Red Dead 2. I'm a bit worried actually, because from what I saw on the Gamers Nexus video, the Red Dead Redemption 2 stuff, it seems if your computer can handle stupidly high frame rates, then you're going to get stuttering, and that bothers me a little bit because I am going for high frame rates with the dual cards and such. So I mean, I'll be playing at 4K, but I still think with two cards it's going to easily cross that 150 frames per second boundary that causes the stuttering. I had some sound issues, so I didn't to have a look. It looks like it'd been done by Drunk Monty, so I did. Okay. What game are we making? Hi Amiga Bang, welcome to the stream. We're making, I don't know what we called it yet. I keep meaning to put a vote on Twitter for the name. Provisionally it's called Pick a Mix, I guess, which is just the name that I like, but I am going to leave it to the community to decide on that. It's going to be a 2-player single-screen arcade game with these two little delightful chaps here, and their job is to stun these gummy bears or whatever other monsters are on the screen, and then to eat them by opening their mouths up like this and absorbing them. That will make the players get a little bit fatter and slow down slightly. Giving the two players a kind of natural catch-up mechanism, because the player who's behind will be able to walk a little bit quicker than the player who's eaten lots of things. and then when you've eaten enough, you will be able to activate a floor switch with your weight or your combined weight in 2 players. So there's a few things. It's kind of in a situation now where progress is relatively slow on it, because we've done most of the quickly visible work. So now we're just down to kind of finalizing the actual gameplay mechanics. So in this case, we're trying to get the eat animation to actually, well, firstly point in the right direction. You can see this player up here, and when he points left and tries to eat, he actually opens his mouth in the wrong direction. And then once we've got that fixed, we're going to do a special sprite animation to absorb these sprites into the player. So thanks for the host, Dom. I didn't hear that. I don't know why I didn't hear that. Weird. Let me just test my widgets and see if I can hear. Let's do a follow. Nope, I'm not hearing any of my alerts for some reason. I'm having so much fun with my stuff at the moment. In fact, I'm not hearing anything on here. That's strange. Make sure I've actually got my right sound card activated. No, I've got the wrong sound card open, that's why. Keep that one. Nope, still not hearing anything. Okay, for some reason my sound has decided to go missing. Try that one. There we go, can hear stuff now. Cool, alright. Hi Mike, welcome to the stream, and hi Stepz as well. Still a little bit of that cold lingering around, but nothing a shed load of wine won't fix, so let's get some more wine in me. I was considering doing this build, so I'm doing this build in 3 weeks time, which means there won't be a game stream on that day, and in fact there won't be on the Thursday or the Friday, nor the following Thursday and Friday because I'm in Finland. But I was considering doing this build on stream if I can set it up somehow, because I won't have my main computer, I'll have to do it through a laptop or something. So if that's something you guys would be interested in seeing, let me know and I'll try and set it up. Probably with my son as well. My son's going to come down and help me build it. So, okay, right. Let's take a look. If you can explain why 38 column mode is overkill, still do not get. You can hide the changing column when scrolling in both directions. 38 column mode is overkill. No, 38 column. Okay, so this was because we were talking on Discord about scrolling in different directions, and 25 column and 24 column mode, and 25 and 24 row mode, and 38 and 40 column mode. So in 24 row mode, only the very bottom row gets hidden by the missing row. So you kind of have to. You have to draw everything. You have to do all 25 rows, so you can still see if that bottom row is scrolled slightly on. You can still see that bottom row. In 38 column mode, however, it's the columns on. You lose kind of one column on the left and one column on the right. But if you're just scrolling everything to the left, then you actually don't need to change the column on the very far right, because you will never see that. In 38 column mode, no matter where you set the horizontal scroll, you won't see that extra column on that side. So actually 39 column mode would have been the better way for Commodore to enable that. You would have got slightly more screen space. I don't know why they went with 38 column mode, I guess for kind of making things look even, but yeah, so that's what I meant when I said it was overkill, is that they actually Could have got away with 39 column mode instead of 38. But I guess it's to do with hiding it in both directions as well. I think I'm not sure. So, but yeah, whenever you do a horizontal scroller, you can forget about the very last column on the right. You don't need to scroll it at all. Okay, so we've got face left and face right here. So I'm going to stick some breakpoints in here to see which one of these is getting called. So I'm going to put a breakpoint in the face left because this is the one that doesn't seem to be happening. So. And this is checking the player state versus facing left, and if it's not facing left, then it jumps to here. So it could be that this state is set wrong, so we'll stick a breakpoint in here. If we don't get a breakpoint here, then we know there's something wrong with the state, and we'll do some investigation in the state. So shouldn't see a breakpoint if we face this way. We should if we face this way, but we're not seeing it at all. Okay. Cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a debug for the player state. Maybe put it into the border color or something. Hi Dr. Miz, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to go and take out all our increments in here. For now, this is the border changes. This would be good to actually turn into macros. Somebody suggested, very rightly suggested on the last stream, is if we created a macro for these, then we could have just a debug flag that we set, and when it's in debug mode it would set all the colors for the border. Okay, so face left and face right, that's what we're interested in. So face left and face right are in the upper nibble, so let's shift that value down and store it in the border. And I've completely lost where that's gone now. Let's find that again. Oops, no. State eating, there we go. So this bit here, so I'll do this again, and for this purpose I'm going to shift it 4 times so the upper nibble becomes lower nibble, and then I'm going to store that in the border. So now we should see, actually let me just do, so we'll just do it for player 1. So this is just a temporary block of code which is going to check it for player 1. Oh, something else is saying it because this is flickering like crazy up here, so oh, it's because of that. Okay. I'm sober at the moment, but I'm on my second glass already, so okay, I've not seen any state changes in here. That's interesting. So if we're not throwing and we're not eating, oh, okay, so we need to be eating for us to see this state change. So actually, I'm going to move all this up. I'm going to move it up to here, I guess. So we should see it all the time now. Oh, you're asking Dom if he's sober. Okay, so, oh. I'm not sure what happened there. Did that happen straight away, or? I feel like the player state is not being set correctly. I think this is what's craving wine. Get some nice Chardonnay in you. Chardonnay's a good wine for just drinking, for the sake of drinking. You don't need to be eating or anything. You can drink it kind of like, well, like any old kind of soft drink, I guess. Yeah, exactly, Andy. That's, yeah, it's exactly the sort of thing I was thinking. I will add that at some point. That makes a lot of sense. just too lazy to do it right now. Oh, this is... I'm not keen on what's happening here. This grouping. Maybe they should be bouncing off each other as well. But let's worry about that later. Let's get this bug sorted. So it seems like this player state is incorrect. So let me see where that player state actually is. Am I going to be able to see this in here? So player code is here, OC95. And that starts here with... Where's the player state? There it is. Alright, I'm going to stick a... So this is just a quick thing I do just to mark it in the disassembly here, so I can see where it is. So it's the first unnamed after player code. So here we go, OCB0. So I want to take a look at OCB0. I really wish you could zoom in on the debugger, but you can't. So 2.0 and 2.0. So that gives us a player state of facing right and facing right for both, and that is it, nothing else, just facing right. So let's start and face left and make sure that that fixes it. So yep, they're both facing right, so let's face one left and check the same thing, and we do get facing left 1.0, so we do get this one happening. Okay, so face left, yes, is what we're checking, but we never get into here. So I'm just wondering if at this point, let's put a breakpoint in again. If something's clearing it, I think maybe we're accidentally clearing that value, part of the routine. I really wish I could hear properly in this ear. Okay, so we're facing right, let's face left, start the eat routine. We've got our breakpoint here. OCB0, it says 9020. So 90 is our main player, our player 1. Let's make a note of what line this is, 573, so I don't have to keep searching for it. And that is eating while facing left. So this should be working. So I think maybe that actually we've got a bug in our detection code down here. It looks like it should be right. Let's just move the breakpoint just below and check the value in the accumulator. Oh, do you know what? I've just... Oh no. No, I thought I'd figured it out, but I haven't. It could just be that our sprites are wrong as well, so we'll check that as well in a minute. Okay, so face left, start the eat animation. Okay, our accumulator is 0, so it's actually... It is actually returning 0 for that. Interesting. So let's just double check it's pulling from the right place. So the X register is 1, which is our first player. Actually, so that's not right. This is drawing player 2 at the moment. So let's quick go. Oh, it's only doing player 1 for some reason. Player 2. It's never reaching the other player. Okay, let's check out why that's happening. So draw player comes in 02, current player, current player. Oh no, stupidly the players is 2 and 1 at this point. Ah, okay, this is our problem. We should probably change this. So all our other routines are using 0 and 1 for player. This is using 1 and 2 for player. So I'm going to change this routine to actually use 0 and 1. because what's happening at the moment is when it does the lookup, it's grabbing the wrong value from the players, from the player state. It's actually grabbing player 2's player state. I reckon if I was to, let me just change this back and try something. I think if I was to face player 2 to the left and then face player 1, face player 2 to the left and then do the animation here. The problem is I've got the breakpoint set up now, but it's still showing as 0 anyway. Okay. Alright, let's fix that. I think this shouldn't be like this. I think it should be 0 and 1. Loaded cumulative current player, compare with okay, which actually simplifies this. If current player is 0, then we're player 1, otherwise we're player 2. We come down to here. X is not set at this point, so this temporary stuff can be removed. We can get rid of the decrease X because that's what we were trying to use before. Actually, this might still be broken looking at this. We were doing a decrease X here. Let's see what happens. Hi Prior7, welcome to the stream. And hi Hayes, welcome to the stream. And just saying, Hayes, how I fall asleep quite regularly on a... Oh, I don't know where player 2's gone. Oh, completely broke player 2. Okay, then maybe let's put that back then for now. How I tend to fall asleep on a Saturday night, on a Friday night. So I missed once again. I missed your stream on a Friday. How did that go, by the way? What were you doing? I saw you were playing Navy Seals again, even though I thought you'd completed that. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna revert that. I'm not gonna make any crazy changes to this just yet. Let's get rid of these breaks. Get rid of that. Yeah, it's fair enough. We just trade kind of napping on each other's stream. At least you've got the decency to join my stream. So, oh, you didn't play Navy Seals last night. I thought you had finished it, or was it just you'd got to the last level or something? To be honest, that game looks way too hard. I don't think I could ever play that game. God, let's make sure we've gone back to where we were. Ah, you got to the last level. Yeah, I thought I knew you'd made some kind of personal best progress in it. Okay, still facing the wrong way though. So why? Let's go and check the tables, as Andy says. Andy made a suggestion to check the tables. I think that's quite a good idea. Although I don't think it's that, because when I put a breakpoint in here, where you would expect it to actually hit, it never actually hits this. It's failing at this point for some reason. Actually, let's just have a look. So takes the current player, which is either 2 or 1, decreases it so it becomes 1 or 0, and takes the default idle frame and stores it in current frame. Correct. Right. Are we walking left or right? So first of all, I don't know what that means. It's kind of, we're checking if we're throwing here. So let's assume we're not throwing, and we would come down to here. We check if we're eating. So actually the eat is working correctly, because if I start eating on player 1, I see the eat animation on player 1. If I start eating on player 2, I see the eat animation on player 2. So I think this is correct. And this is doing our animation reset. So this is making sure that we start eating at the beginning of the animation, play through the whole animation. This is the problem here. I would expect this this block here to get hit twice, but it doesn't seem to be getting hit twice. It only seems to be getting hit once. Actually, no, that's not true, is it? Because this would only get hit if that player is eating. At which point X should be 0 or 1. Okay, let's try again. So saying X is 1. Okay, fair enough. If I do it with player 2, X is 2. So X is actually wrong at this point. So we do decrease X up here somewhere. Where was it? Here. But we're obviously loading it back in at some point as well. We store it here. And we restore it here. This would skip over the not throwing completely. Should come to here. Ah, there we go. We load X with the current player, and then we need to decrease it. There we go. I think that's our problem. This is why you should either pick indexes that begin from 0, indexes that begin from 1, and stick with those. Problem is if you drink tons of alcohol, you tend to mix them up. And now I can only face left. Oh. Okay. Okay, now I've got a different problem. In that I'm facing left on player 1 and right on... right on player 2. Okay, but at least we've made a change that did something, so... Player 1 eat index, yes, that's correct. Okay, so... This is the bit we're interested in here. I want to know, if I do it on player 1, do I get 0 in X? That's what I want to know. And if I get 0 in X, then we can have a look at what it's doing. Thanks for the host, Hayes. Appreciate it, dude. Okay, so X is indeed 0. So let's have a look through what the code is supposed to do. So it's going to load player 1 state, comma X. Player state 1, comma X. Which is in... Oh, really? It's in a 0 page location? Wait, what? Oh, because we're using indirect lookups, of course, that's right. Okay. So let me go and have a look what's in that location. So OCB0. So OCB0 says we're eating and facing left, I think. Let's have a look. No, facing right and eating, and we are indeed facing right and eating, so that's correct. However, as you will see, oh god, I turn that breakpoint. I need to turn that breakpoint off now. It's getting very fiddly, this. It's getting very warm. Turn my little fan on. There we go. Let's put these breakpoints in here for facing left and facing left. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, transfer Y to the. Oh no, that's fine. Tables player eat left. Tables player eat right. That's fine. Okay. We made a change that did something, indeed, yeah. We made a change that did something that was a step in the right direction, is I guess what I'm saying there. See, it's trying to make me eat left even though I'm facing right. So let me go and try this side. And still it wants me to eat to the left. So no matter which way I face, it's always reading the incorrect value here. Okay, I'm going to put the breakpoint in here now. If anybody on Flubits has any idea what the hell is going on here, why this isn't working correctly, it's definitely around this block of code here, or at least this is where the symptom is coming from. It might not be the actual source of the bug, but this is definitely where the symptom is coming from. Feel free to have a play around and see if you can figure it out. I do want to get onto this sprite animation that I've got in mind. Okay, so our accumulator is B0, which is... what is B0? Let's just make sure, because that seems like it could be wrong. No, it is B0. Okay, that B0 is... Actually, that's facing left and facing right. This could be our problem. Yes, that's facing left and facing right and eating. So let's have a look where we set our eating value. Okay, when we set eating, we don't do anything else. Hi Stoker, half with you, half debugging programming. Cool. Are you working on the dragon game? I'm really intrigued by that. I love the massive sprite. It's just something so nice and different for the Commodore. Usually when sprites are done like double height and stuff, they're quite simple. Yours is like insanely detailed. It's very nice. Okay, it's almost like the face left and the face right is not being set correctly. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit go on this. I'm no longer eating. I'm going to go and quickly just check that value. And it is only on 2.0. That's fine. But the moment I try and eat, oh, now it's just eating in one direction. There's some weird bug going on here. Very weird bug indeed going on. Changing the scroll a bit, the jump looks a bit floaty. Cool. Right. The thing is 1.0 is this one here, facing left, facing right is correct. Okay. New player move code. Setting the wrong play flag. Yeah, I think it might be something to do with that. Let's have a look through, because we did do a refactor while I was drunk again last week, so it's definitely something like that. So let's have a look. What is our actual index here? Our index is in Y in this case. Okay, so we have 0 and 1 using Y. So player state, correct. Player state Y, yes. Just looking for anything that seems to be set in a player state but doesn't have that index on it for some reason. Everything looks pretty good though. I'm not seeing anything out of order. Left collision. This is actual unique code for player 1 and player 2, so there shouldn't be any indexing on this. There isn't. This is set in... oh yeah, walk left and face left. Storing that player state, yep. Walk right, face right, storing that player state. Missing comma X. Where's the missing comma X, Andy? Or do you mean in the draw function? Because it's not in here. This seems to be fine. The initial refactor we did looks pretty good actually. Let's get the right window up, then I can actually see you guys chatting. I struggle to follow it on Twitch sometimes. Oh, to look for. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep looking for that. So this is what's actually drawing our sprite. This routine. So the problem that we've got, I need to write these player states, don't I? Tell you what I'm going to do in the draw player function. Let me go and have a look at our character set. I can't remember what our character set looks like. Hopefully we've got things set out in a way that I can use hexadecimal quite easily. Desktop, make a game. Yeah, we can. Okay, so the characters start at 220 for hexadecimal. 220 is, I mean, it's not perfect for hex, but it will do. Oh, you don't have a flu bits. Okay. Yeah, you mean you're not connected to it? I mean, it is set up, I think, but. Okay, what I'm going to do is just for player 1 at the beginning of the draw function. At the beginning of this function, I'm going to grab player 1 state. So I'm going to grab player 1 state. I'm going to push onto the stack so I can use it again in a second. I'm going to take the lower byte. So I'm going to lower nibble, so and it with that. And store that at the bottom of the screen, so it'll be screen. Oh god, what is screen RAM at now? I think I should have set this actually. I think screen RAM is a, yeah, screen RAM is set, okay. So bottom row, that would be 24 rows. Put it in the middle somewhere, should be fine. And then we're gonna, whoops, I'm gonna pull that value back off the stack again. Shift it right. And this is very inefficient. I wouldn't recommend doing this for the normal displaying of characters, but for just a quick debug like this, it's probably fine. It just saves me looking it up again all the time, so. Cool, so we've got a I was thinking of GitHub. We've got a player state for player 1 shown in the bottom. Okay, so 1-0 is facing left, 2-0 is facing right. And now I need to get rid of that breakpoint in here. Damn it, where is that? This is the sort of thing actually that would be quite nice in a macro somewhere. So you give it a memory address to look at, followed by an X and Y on the screen, and an offset into your character set, and it draws this thing. In fact, let's do that. That's because this could be quite handy. So let's copy this. Let's find our macros file. I believe we do have one somewhere in libs. I'll call it debug hex, and we'll put some stuff in it. So address. So this is what we're gonna look for: X and Y, and char offset. So this would be Y plus X, Y plus X plus 1. Char offset. It's just going to make our lives a little bit easier when we want to do this sort of thing again. So player 1 state 19 across, 24 rows down, and the char offset starts at 220. There we go. No flu tonight. No, it's kind of there a little bit. It's almost gone. It's a real killer. This. It's been two weeks and 2 days. It's still there, but it's pretty much 90% gone now. I've just got this blocked here, which is a bit frustrating. I'm not entirely sure if it is because of the cold, or if I've just got some water in it when I've been in the shower or something. Cool, so that's working nicely. Oh, and I still didn't remove the breakpoint. God damn it. Okay. So now we can go and remove our little breakpoint in here, because now we can actually see what's going on at this point. Close all those up nice and neatly. Change the wine to it. I don't like whiskey though. I've never liked whiskey. It's fine. Once I get a bottle of wine in, I'll completely forget that there's anything wrong with me. Yeah, I don't know what it is with whiskey. I just can't get on with it at all. All tastes the same to me. Disappointing is how it tastes. Doesn't matter how much somebody spends on a bottle for me, it's always the same. I've been to places and people have said, "Oh, you've got to try a really good one," and they buy me like a £30-40 glass of wine from the bar, and it's a glass of whiskey from the bar, and it still tastes disgusting. Yeah, now tequila, that's different. Even though tequila is technically kind of a whiskey, so it's kind of made in the same way anyway. So you can see there, even though we're facing right, our value goes to A0, which says that we're still facing right. Now, if you think of our flags as bits, what we should be seeing here is, if we were facing that way and eating, we would see 9-0, which we do when we face that way. But for some reason, we're seeing the right value at A0, but we're facing this way. So there is something fundamentally wrong here, which makes me think Andy's right. Maybe our work hide and agile coaches shadow our work all week. Been quite interesting. Oh god. Yeah. They get paid so much money as well. It's kind of ridiculous. Contractor leeches, yeah, exactly. They'll get paid a lot of money to do that. Which is basically to follow you around and with a list of rules from the Agile Manifesto, and anytime you do anything that's not on that rule list, to write it down. I mean, that's something anybody could do, but these Agile coaches get paid a fortune to do this. Okay, so this, for some reason, this value is wrong. The value we're getting from here is wrong. I'll tell you what we can do. We can update our macro a little bit. So at the moment we're grabbing the value from here, but what we can do instead is, if we put in here, if address not equals null, then load from address. So now if we just pass null into that, it'll just use whatever's already in the accumulator. Oh, here we go. Andy's found something. Line 600. Line 600. Yep. Oh, you mean this? This is interesting though, because we're actually bashing the X register here, and we shouldn't be doing. The X register is being used throughout here. How's the actual loop working? Is the loop incrementing? The loop is actually grabbing it from current player. Okay. Okay, let me just put this piece of code in. So what I'm trying to do now is, so we're displaying the player state for player 1 up here. Wherever it's gone. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to display if we're still on player 1 at this point here. So compare x with 0, which is not equal here. I am going to push that to the stack and pull it from the stack here. So this is all temporary code, this chunk here, but I'm now going to do this. Thank you for the follows, SRD I'm going to call you SRD because that's hard to say. I don't think it's meant to be said. So thank you for the follow, SRD. Welcome to the stream. So hopefully these values should match. If these values don't match, then we've got another point. Security contractors are different. I think there is a huge difference there. So this is what it thinks the player state is, but this is actually what the player state is. So this is why we're getting problems. Oh, I think you may have spotted something there. That sounds incredibly promising. Let's go and have a look at that. Uh, 916. Oh yeah, you're right. They should both be left. And actually this is wrong up here as well. These should both be right. I think you may have just found the bug. Let's give that a try. It's still facing the wrong direction. But that was definitely right. I mean that was a bug, so I've fixed it in both places now, so right. So we should turn off facing right, and oh, this should be walking. Face right, walk right. Yes. Face right, face left, walk left. I mean, it's still incorrect, but that was definitely gonna. Well, it might not have caused us problems, but it was definitely a bug and should have been addressed. There's always a chance that it could cause problems somewhere down the line. So the question is, why? Why is this doing this? Hi Sinlao, welcome to the stream. I think there are more. Let's have a look for 255 minus. Walk right, walk left. That's fine. Face right, walk right, yep. Face left, walk left. No, I think that's everything there. I'm going to put my debug back. And I really want to get onto this sprite thing. I've been thinking about it all week about how to do it, and I'm desperate to kind of have a look and see if it does work the way I want it to work. I wonder if this is actually correct at this point. Let's just see what values I'm getting again, and then boost-driven development. Yeah. Oh yes, this is the result of boost-driven development. And to be fair, I've taken on a massive task to try and do this game under the influence of booze. It's but it's fun. It's not good if it's too easy, right? It's got to be a challenge. I feel like this player state is incorrect, so I'm going to put some. Well, it's definitely incorrect because we're getting the wrong value, but I'm going to put a breakpoint to see what actual location it's reading. So our player state starts at OCB0. I'm going to put a breakpoint in, not there, in here, just before we debug, so we know we're only getting player 1. Yeah, boost design, yeah. So there we go. Right, so we should be seeing A0 at this point. So let's do a disassembly of that. OF40, no. OC, so let's have a look at an OC. OCB0, okay. And our X register is 0, so OCB0 is A0, okay. So why are we getting B0 here? Alright, I'm going to go for a quick smoke. I'm going to have a think about that, and when I come back we'll figure it out. I refuse to give up on this bug. Well, in fact I can't give up, can I, or else we're not going to get the game done, so but I'm determined to get this sprite work done tonight. This sprite routine, sprite kind of warp routine done tonight. So I need to figure this out, and this is really all we need to do, and we can move on to it. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. Be right back. Right, I'm back as well. We'll run it slow. Do the first 3. No, let's have a look. Oh, take the music is too low. Let's get the music up a bit. Yeah, it is a bit low. How's that? Hi Reggae Pirate, welcome to the stream. Got the scroll bug again. Oh, you're working from GitHub, aren't you, Andy? So I think you're thinking of this line, Andy. I did put that in a little while ago. I don't understand this player. Let's go and have a look at how this is being stored. Player 2, yes. Player 1, yes, that's correct. Just tried to find. Hang on. Let's fill my little inhaler up. I think about this. So I think I mentioned on the last stream as well that I want to do. Let's see that. I want to do another 12-hour game challenge thing. So if you guys have got any ideas of what to do, it'll probably be in the new year. I'm quite busy until then, and we'll come up with an idea and do it. So hi Chiswicked, welcome to the stream. is this not working now? Ah, that's better. Once I start drinking, I've got to have my little vape on hold. Oh yeah, so actually, talking of Luna, let me bring up the pinned messages in the channel. So Mads was playing it. I managed to get, I don't know if you can see that. I should open it up, there we go. Mads managed to get to wave 80 and got 13,000. So there's one hell of a challenge there now. It's currently the high score holder in the channel. So some real competition going on there now. Yeah, Mads is nailing it. He's the first one to get over 10,000 as well. So. So this is weird. It's like the eat animation is set in the wrong. Sorry, current frame, no index. That's a very good point. Current frame is not using index anywhere down here. What is current frame? Is that... okay, no, it's just a temporary holder, so that's fine. 95, was it 95? Yeah, they did contact me actually about putting .cosmos 1 on their 999 range, and as much I'd love to do that, and I think it would be really good, but I do have a kind of agreement with RGCD that we're going to do a double cart .cosmos 1 and 2 on a single cart, so it would only be after that's been released that we would do a .cosmos only 1 physical cart. But yeah, that when .cosmos does finally come out on cartridge, it will be alongside .cosmos 2. .cosmos 1 is a full price game. It's not, it's free. It's free for anyone to download, you know. And I think it's too short for it to be a full price game. I mean, you can complete it in about 10 minutes if you know what you're doing. 10-15 minutes or so. Okay, this is driving me mad. Eating pointer index. Okay. Eating pointer index. So the problem we've got is at this point, this little chunk of debug code here, at this point this player state is incorrect, and we can see that when we run the game. We're actually getting both directions. It's always showing B0 when it should be showing what we're seeing on this area here. It should be 9-0. It actually should be A0 that way. Yeah, and 9-0 that way. But it's always showing B0. Question is why? Is anything else changing at that point? Nothing else is storing at that player index. Ah, this is actually storing at the player index. But this is only removing the throw from it, so it's not that. Let's have a look through for player state saves. Let's have a look. So this is where we're setting it up, so it's after this. So loading, and then storing, but only ending with state throwing removed. Loading. And the frustrating thing is at that point, player state is not showing both of these, so I'm gonna. It has to be related to the eating somehow. This just turns eating on. This is checking that we're not eating. Turns eating on. Checking if we're eating. Turns eating off. I've got my states right, haven't I? There's nothing being duplicated here. No. Tell you what, I'm glad I didn't carry on trying to do this at the end of last stream. This would have this would have taken some time, that's for sure. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's check the 0 page addresses. So we're using where was it? 573. So it's this routine here. And the 0 pages have been set up as 2, 3, and 4, vector 1, 2, 3, and 4. So nothing's being reused here. Unless something else is calling this and setting those values first. Oh, we've got this temp. Okay, no, that's fine. Oh, interesting. We're using player state comma y here for some reason. That's wrong. That should be that. Pretty sure that should be that, because y is, what is y in this case? Y is nothing. Y is a free. Oh no, we're using y all over the place here as well. Oh no, y is the index. It's because we're using 0 page indexing. Okay, that's correct. So actually that is fine. Oh. Oh, I'm being stupid. I'm being really stupid. That's a y. So somewhere in here there should be a... Yeah. So this should actually be... Because this is a 0 page lookup, 0 page indirect index lookup. There's no such thing as comma x in that way, which would have just meant it would have been a normal 0 page lookup. I think that's it, but we'll soon see. So actually, your little hint about 0 page was, I mean, it wasn't exactly what was wrong, but there we go. Now the only problem is we're not getting the full eat animation, but we are eating in the right direction for one player at least anyway. So I think what we've probably got a case of here is lots of uses of comma x after 0 page that shouldn't be. These are all comma y, that's fine. We need to make sure that any time we use the y, that it is still the correct value, because here we actually bash the y. Like, is this okay at this point? No, it's not, because this could be And I'm actually just going to jump over this section. 542. Yep, you're right. So let's okay, player 2 is stuck eating now for some reason. Shit, what am I doing here? I'm making a right mess of things. So maybe what we should be doing is this instead. Actually, it doesn't matter because we still need it in the X register anyway. We still need it for this here. Oh, wait. Wait. This should just be like that, because we're actually setting that value, so same here, that should be like that. And at this point, these Y's are still 0. I think that should be alright. Okay, it's all okay except the fact now it's not playing the entire animation out, but our directional stuff is right. Let's get some more solution juice in. Oh, we're on target tonight. I was a bit slow last week, I noticed. So I'm going to work through this whole thing and just double check that everything is working as it should. So at the beginning we set our current player, then we check that and we set a load of 0-page addresses based on those by looking up the values at the top of this file for player 1 and player 2, and we store them in our lower 0-page stuff, which is this stuff here. Then we grab the current player, we get the default frame and we store that in current frame. Current frame is used once in the loop. We set current frame in the loop, then we, at the end of each iteration of the loop, we read it and we set that sprite. Load Y0, so this is what we were doing. I'm going to get rid of this because that comment's no longer relevant. I'm going to put a comment next to this which says indirect 0-page Y index. So whenever we do any of these lookups in brackets here, it needs to be comma Y and Y needs to be 0. So at this point that's fine. At this point Y hasn't been touched, that's fine. Everything else should be comma X. So that's fine, that's fine. It's fine, this is fine. Y still hasn't been touched, so that's fine. That's X, so that's fine. We do change Y here. For this spawn projectile, and then we jump to set frame, so I need to just go and check that okay, I need to check this in a minute. So I think this set frame might be a problem, so we'll come back to that in a minute. If we're not eating, we just grab the not eating, hang on, where's that being jumped to from? Here, player state. So we've got the player state, we check if it's walking left or walking right. If neither of them are happening, I don't know why neither of those would be, oh, because you could be facing but not walking, okay. eating comes from where does that come from? Oh, eating comes from there, okay. Load Y, yes. So X, comma Y, comma Y. Yep, yep. Reset the Y again here. Is there any point where we skip over that? No, okay. X, Y is bashed again here at this point. So Y needs to be reset here, which it is. Face left, yes. Face right, yes. Okay, there is a couple of Y's used here. Is it being reset? So it's reset here. Don't change anything here. We just jump to some places. Not eating is jumped from here. Y is already set, so that's fine. So that's correct, that's correct. No bashing with a Y here, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so let's have a look at this set frame. So this is a bit weird. Oh no, this isn't. This is because we're grabbing player X, and now player X is actually 3 bytes. So we need to set 1 to grab the lower byte of that. That's fine. We then need to increase it so we can grab the next one. So this is all okay now. Load Y with 0 again. Yeah. So the question is, why are we not getting the full eat animation now? Almost there, almost there. So let's take a look. It seems to just jump straight into one animation, into one frame. There's no in-betweens. That's fine. We can find our eat index, which is in here somewhere. A1 eat index. Okay, let's get our debug code again. Get rid of the state now, we don't need that. Where was it? Eat index. So this is what's loading our index. So let's see what that value. Yeah, it's this eat index here is what tells it where we are in that animation. I just want to make sure that that's updating correctly. So it goes from 0 to 2. So let's go and have a look at our sprites. Maybe we're just not doing enough. We do have a debugger that can walk through the code line by line, but I think this is kind of a little bit past that. It's more to do with how the logic has been set up for counting these things, and the fact that whenever I set these things up, I'm incredibly drunk. So by the time I get back to it, I've forgotten how it all works again. Yeah, so we're only doing. It should be this, right? And this is index 2, not this. But for some reason it's showing, it's stopping there for some reason. So let's go and check our tables first. Make sure our table says, I can't remember where I put our sprites now, so have a look. So sprites are at D000, so that means they start at 64. So when facing right, our tables, play each table should start at 80, which it does, 80, 81, 82. Okay, but we're only seeing 80 as the byte that's stored. I just want to confirm that by slowing this down a little bit. If I set it really slow, let's have a look. So it's actually, it never seems to be 0, although at this point we have actually updated it, so. Yeah, okay. Oh, here's the problem. We need to transfer this value to somewhere useful. We can just do this. Yeah, nothing can beat junk programming. I love it, to be honest. I did think when I first started doing this that it was going to be difficult to do it on stream and drink, but I drink quite a lot when I code, and I do find it helps. Although I don't drink quite as heavily as I do when I'm on stream. And the kind of heavy drinking started as more of as a way to deal with the nerves, but now it's just become ritual. Perfect, there we go. That's exactly what we want. Right, it's only taken an hour and a half to figure out that bug, so let's get that committed now. Yeah, I did wonder if I would be able to code with annoyance, but I've actually found it to be really useful, because I always kind of approach this with the impression that this wasn't just about me showing everybody how to code. I'm not that great at C64 code. I've only been doing it like seriously for two or 3 years now. I did it a lot when I was younger, but I've only really taken it kind of this seriously for 2 or 3 years. So this was more about sharing the things I had learnt and learning from everybody else as well. And it's definitely been like that. There's been a lot of useful points at which I've picked up really good tips from people, and like I hope the stream has acted the same way for everybody else as well. That it has been a kind of collaborative learning process. And I must admit, I deliberately did the first stream with a very, very basic, no game, just going over the basic principles, just to see how I felt about streaming and doing it. But I actually really enjoyed it, and people have been really nice. So yeah, it is. It's very much like pair programming, but over stream, which is unusual. Okay, so I'm going to explain now how the animation is going to work. Let's think, how can I do this? What's the best way to do this? In fact, let's just open up SpritePad. And let's open up an enemy sprite. I think it's that one. In fact, let's just import the sprites from the game. That's probably the easiest way, rather than keep messing with different SpritePad things. Oh, I do have them in 2 separate files. That's useful, isn't it? Okay, let's just make sure they're in consecutive memory, which they are not. Okay, fine. I will open up a... Yeah, we'll keep that as it is. Right, okay. I'm not sure the best games are programmed in non-sober mode. No. And I mean, there's some games and some developers. I mean, look at Jeff Minter, for instance. There's no way on earth he's written anything sober in his life. I think everything he's ever done has been done under the influence of something. And for most of his games in the 80s, I think it was the influence of LSD by the looks of them. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to create a way that we can absorb these enemies without having to create an animation for every single one. So what I thought was we would have, let me just copy this. Actually, let me start with a full sprite like this. So what I thought, we'd have a routine which allowed us to dissolve this sprite in a unique way. LSD stream, can you imagine that? It would be half an hour of kind of setting things up and then just 6 hours of me staring at the screen and just not saying anything. Or just giggling uncontrollably at stuff. Or getting really paranoid that everybody knows where I live and they're coming to get me. I do not condone LSD, guys. Although it is good. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to dissolve this sprite in a fun way. So it'd be more than shallow squint, that's for sure. So what I was thinking is a sprite is 21 pixels high, right? So there is a center line of pixels. So this line of pixels is a dead center. So what I'm considering doing is, depending on which side of the sprite the player is on. So let's imagine the player is over this side. He's on the left side of the enemy sprite. We will create a routine which basically removes 2 pixels from either side, like this, on this side, and shift everything down. So it will look like this, basically. But what's actually happening is the middle's being eaten out. And so in this routine, we'll be able to take any column number in the sprite and any number of shifts. So in this case, it's a column shift, column 0, a shift of 1. So we shift all the bits in column 1 down by 1 and up by 1. And then you keep doing that over the frames. But then once you get enough, you start grabbing the ones in the ones next to it as well, like so, and you do it with a sine curve, so you end up with a pattern like this appearing. And so you might start shifting a little bit quicker down here now. I don't know if you can get what I'm trying to get at here, but eventually you'll get down to there just being 1 pixel left here. It might look something like this. I mean, this is very rough. How it actually looks is open for interpretation. You know, say you've got a kind of a warp like that, so you've now kind of warped all of this half of the sprite down, and we're down to 1 pixel here. At this point, the entire thing shifts over by 1 and clears on this column, and then you repeat the process again, and you keep doing it like so, and every time you get down to 1 pixel you shift it out, and eventually what will happen is you'll end up with the entire sprite being shifted over. You know, like this, and absorbed by the player. So it's kind of hard to explain it. I don't know if you guys get what I'm getting at here, but the end result will look like if you imagine this bear. So let's copy this bear and let's do the warp on him. So let's move him right to the edge. You know, the warp has started, and let's move some of his pixels down. So if you imagine, so this is the center here. So in this case, these pixels would have been warped down, this would have been warped down. You know, he's going to start looking kind of deformed, but he's going to start looking deformed in a way that sucks him into Yeah, like he's getting sucked in, like kind of like a tornado on its side, basically. And so I'm thinking if we can write a generic routine which can do that to any sprite, what we would then do is we would have two sprites somewhere in memory, like here and here. We would take the current frame of the enemy that's being sucked in, put it either in player 1 eat or player 2 eat, whichever one is happening, because only one player can eat one at a time. And then we begin frame by frame doing this update. So if you think 1 second is 50 updates, 50 frames. So if we were to do this over 50 frames, that's still a lot of granularity with this. If we imagine there's 24 here, so we did 2 updates before shifting it across, that's 1 second to shift the whole thing across. And 1 second's probably too quick, so we probably want to do it in like 2 seconds or something. Ghostbusters vacuum effect, that's a good point. I can't remember what that looks like now. Let's go and have a look at that. Maybe that's actually what I'm trying to get at. So this is why I was kind of keen on getting let's look at long play. This is why I was keen on getting the raster time down, because I realised this is probably going to take quite a bit of raster time. So let's have a look at this. Oh, you don't mean in the game, you mean... Yeah, oh, in the car driving part, okay. It's been so long since I played this game. I remember when I first got this game, I was really young. It's one of the early games that I got. And I couldn't figure it out at all. I just had no idea what was going on. And so I gave up with it. And I came back to it a few years later and I was like, what? How have I missed this? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it'll be better than that. There is a little bit of that going on. Definitely a little bit. Okay. Yeah, let's... Ha! Yeah, they cheat a lot. So it looks like what they're doing, they've either got 2 sprites or they're copying the sprite, and they're not actually doing anything. They're basically, they've got a double height, double width sprite. Then they're switching between 2 sprites, or they're copying. I'm pretty sure they're just switching between 2 sprites to make it move left and right. And then at this point, they're getting rid of the wide, the double width, and then they get rid of the double height. So they're not really doing very much at all. No, ours is going to be much better than that, I think. Assuming it works. Anyway, it might not work. So. So I think we'll start by just trying to think how to do this. It might be a little bit kind of hectic to do it inside the game straight away. Although we do have a spare sprite that we're not doing anything with, so we could set that sprite up and then do it. So basically, we're going to need 2 places in memory, and the routine needs to be able to take either place 1 or place 2 and perform the operation on it. It also probably should keep a record of how many rows have been shifted over and how far down this side is as well. So if you think of a sine curve, if I get rid of can I get rid of this all in one go, or do I have to? Oh no, I can just delete it from there. So you think of a sine curve. If this is the middle here, we would want kind of this shape basically moving through. Well, it's almost like you pushing this sprite into this shape, and if the shape hits this part, then it gets moved down. But the way we need to do it is we need to do it 1 row at a time, because we're in the complicated situation where what we're actually doing is if we look at the bytes themselves, this is a byte here, this is a byte here, this is a byte here, and then they repeat like this. So in order to shift these down, what we need to do is we need to take this byte here, we need to AND it to get rid of the byte here, and then whatever that byte was, we then need to OR it with this one. In fact, we need to AND both of them and then store that byte in here like that. So that's actually, it's not a complicated routine, but it could end up being a quite heavy routine. So I think we'll start by just writing something that can squeeze a given row, and we'll test it out. And then once we've got that, we can work out how to create the kind of the flow of that happening. It may be that we just have a massive table that says, okay, if you're on frame 1, you do this. If you're on frame 2, you do this. I would rather go with a table and do something quick, cycle-wise, rather than try to be clever and do it all kind of fully programmatically. I'd rather pre-calculate the table if it's going to make the cycles quicker. The other thing we need to bear in mind as well is that we may need to line this edge up so that it is in the right place for the player. So we've already done some work around this. So when we actually hit one of our enemies and stun it, you can only absorb it when it's stunned. So if I hit that enemy, he falls down to the floor. So they always fall on the floor. You can't do the eat animation while you're in midair. You can do it. All right, you shouldn't be able to do it while you're in midair. We'll get rid of that in a minute. But either way, you'll always be on the ground when the animation is kind of begins. So that kind of alignment is already there mostly, but we may have to do some slight tweaking just to adjust it slightly. So let's start by creating a sprite somewhere in memory. So we're using, I don't know which sprites we're using here. I'm guessing the very last one is not being used. Let's go and have a look at our assets as well and find a good place for it. So we've got a char set up here, we've got enemy sprites here, player sprites. I guess the player sprites, no. So this is the problem. Okay, we're going to be editing this data on the fly, which means putting it into this area is probably not a good idea, because this is the IO area. So in order to make this work, we'd have to then bank out IO and bank it back in again. Well, not impossible to do, it's probably not a great idea to use that location. It's wasting a few cycles to do that, and we shouldn't do that. So I think we'll put it in here in the enemy sprites. So and bear in mind, enemy sprites as well can extend all the way up to this location here as well. So with those E0001, there's another 64 sprites worth of enemies that we can put in there as well. Just got some weird pop-up, I don't know what that was about. Where did that go? I don't know where that went, that was weird. Okay, so I'm going to put a sprite, 2 sprites at the end of here, and I'm just going to put some temporary data in there for now, just so we can actually see something. So CF80, I'm going to call it temporary absorb sprites, and I'm going to fill both of these areas, both of these sprites with 255 or FF. So now we've got 2 sprites at the top of the enemy sprite area, so they belong in these 2 slots here basically. And what will happen is, oh, I'm trying to scratch a pixel off my screen, I thought it was a speck of dirt. Slow it down, you could do one from the top then one from the bottom, repeat. Yeah, exactly, that would look quite good as well. We need to get the timing right as well, so you don't want to be incapacitated for too long while you're doing it. And also remember as well that the players can come out of the animation just by letting go as well. So why has that failed? Memory block overlaps. Oh, sprites, okay. Oh, okay, I'll just save it into the sprite data then in that case. Like so, there we go. And export that as well. Enemy sprites. Yeah, so the players can actually cancel their eat animation at any point. So if that happens, we either need to run the routine in reverse, which I think is going to be a terribly difficult thing to do, or we just need to cancel it straight away. I think cancelling it is probably the safest bet. I'm not saying we couldn't do it in reverse, but I think that would complicate things. If it looks absolutely terrible, just immediately cancelling the animation and going back to the stunned enemy, then we can try and do some kind of transition between. If the worst comes to the worst, we can try and run it backwards. I'd rather not do that if we can help it. It's not going to be too easy to do. It's essentially another rewind feature, except with sprite data, which would be a pain. So yeah, I am obsessed with rewind. Yeah, exactly. Hi Grim Fandango, welcome to the stream. But I'm going to avoid that. I don't think we need to do that. Although we do have the memory to do that, I don't think we should be doing that. So let's begin by. Oh, I just got a follow. Thanks for the follow, Grim Fandango. Let's begin by sticking a sprite somewhere on the screen that's got nothing to do with the enemies at all. So I think we've got. No, we don't have a sprite routine. Okay, well, we'll do it in the animation function, I think. So I'll create a new file in here. I'm going to call it sprite warp. I'll give it a namespace of sprite warp as well. And I'm just going to put a blank init function in here for now. We are going to set this up by doing that. Back to the intro, so let's restart the game. I need to catch up with the wine because we're getting towards the second break and I should be approaching my second bottle of wine. So let's go and find out what sprites we're actually using. So in fact, let's do that in the debugger. That's probably the quickest way of doing this, isn't it? So let's just open the debugger. Okay, so we're using the first 2 sprites for the players and the last 5 sprites for the enemies, and sprite 2 is not being used. So that's the sprite we're going to use for this animation. Now, well, for testing the animation. So during normal play, what will actually happen is the sprite pointer for the enemy that you're attacking will change to point to this sprite. This is going to be our crown sprite, and that's probably something we'll do once we get this animation down. That's probably something we'll do in the next stream after that, because I really want to get that mechanic down as well. I think that's a really nice. Should have consumed 3 glasses of wine. I've actually lost count of how many wines I've drunk. I've got that much left in the bottle, so yeah, I really want to get that crown mechanic down. If only I mean, for that to work, we kind of need to get the players dying as well. So we do need to get the kind of player-enemy collision put in as well. We do. We need the Rainbow Islands music every 30 minutes to keep Hayes awake. Yeah, we do. I was going to play some games again tonight, but I've not got everything set up properly again at the moment. My room's a bit of a mess. I'm still kind of working out how to rearrange it. I've got some ideas for it, but what kind of wine am I drinking? It's, I don't know if you can see that. It's a Chardonnay. It's quite nice. The white one with alcohol in it. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I probably won't be playing games tonight. Also, when I do build this thing, as I say, I'm not going to be doing my normal stream on the Thursday and the Friday. On the Thursday and the Saturday, But I may do a kind of impromptu Monday or Tuesday stream once it's built, but it won't be coding, it will probably be gaming on it, just to try it out. So yeah, I don't do gaming streams very well because I'm not a very good gamer, but I thought I might as well give it a try. So okay, so this is a sprite we want to mess with, so let's set up the initialization of that for now in here. Entry point, let's do it here. Sprite warp. It doesn't really matter that I've not called it initialize. This isn't going to stick around, this is going to disappear at some point. This is literally just so we can test. Doesn't really matter where I put this, but I'm going to put it there. Completing Parasol Stars ain't easy. Yeah, it's not, is it? I've done it once though, or twice have I? Done it once or twice, but I will do it again at some point. I'm just not set up for it tonight. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. When I get a bit more drunk and I'm unable to code, I might spend an extra 5 minutes or so on my break to see if I can get the PC Engine set up quickly. But oh yeah, thank you, Amiga Bang. Okay, so in it, so we are setting up Sprite 2. So let's just stick it somewhere in the middle of the screen, doesn't really matter where. This is Sprite 2, so we want D004 and D005. We want to set the sprite pointer to the last two sprites. We'll do the second to last first, which is sprite 63, so 3F, and store that in sprite pointers plus 2. Now that should hopefully be enough to show the sprite. Oh, Haze, that's bad. That's an Acmafin joke. That's Acmafin level joke in that. Yeah, I did. What did I add? I did add. Oh, I think I only added GitHub. I'm too lazy to mess around with Nightbot. But yeah, that's an Acmafin level joke, that Haze. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break now, actually. I will have a quick look, actually, see if I can get the PC Engine at least turning on. And then I can do a little bit each break, and then hopefully by the end I might have a go at Parasol Stars. I'm only going to do one playthrough, though. See how well I can do. Alright, I'm going to take 5 minutes, guys, and when I come back we will start seeing if we can perform some kind of warp on this. Alright, be right back, guys. Yeah, it is difficult at the lower speeds. I don't know why though. I can't think of any logical reason, because you still move at the same speed, so okay, so we're not interested in the game at the moment, we're just interested in making this square dissolve. So we'll just call the dissolve function once right at the beginning, just to make sure. Well, actually, let's write the dissolve function before we do it. So we need to know what column we're going to dissolve. So we're going to supply a column in X, and we'll supply Y as the yeah, the number to squeeze, I guess. And then the accumulator would be whether it's sprite sprite 62 or 63. call it dissolve. Okay, so what do we need to do? So we're going to need to, first of all, we need to work out what sprite we're going to be, where the sprite data is that we're going to be looking at. So I'm going to use a 0-page address to store this, vector1, and we're going to work that out from this. So actually this should be 0 or 1 like that, and then let's just indent all this. So this is sprite 63, and this would be sprite 64, and it's only the lower value we need here. The upper value is going to be the same for both of them, and that value is going to be CF. Thank you, Akmavin. Number to speed. Oh. Actually, that's a good joke. That's not an Akmavin joke. That's a Hayes joke. That's worthy. Actually, is it called vector1? Let me bring up my 0-page. It is called vector1. Okay. Obviously this needs to be as quick as possible, so every time I write a little bit of code I'm going to go through and just check that it's the most efficient way of doing it. And already I can see that this probably isn't the right way to do this. What I'm going to do instead is do this. So you're either going to pass in 80 for player 1's sprite or C0 for player 2's sprite. And that's going to be easy enough to grab, because if we if we have a player, oh no, actually, hang on, think about this. 80 C0, yes. Okay, so let's imagine we're calling this routine, right? We do a jump to subroutine dissolve. Imagine we've already got X and Y set up. If we've got the current player, and this is 0 or 1, what we can do is if we set the carry flag and then we roll to the right, that will actually set these two values. No, roll twice. That will actually set to these two values. So let's just double check that, because if that works, then that's going to be a pretty quick way of doing this. So this is where Easy6502 comes in use. Zoom in a little bit. So player 1 would be C0, and we're looking for this turn into C0 here, which it does. And if it's player 0, 40, that's not quite right. Okay. It should be sprite 62 or 63. Sorry, not 63 or 64. Okay. I want to figure out the neatest way of doing this, of passing this in. So if I've got player 0, then it should be 80, and I'll get that if I just did that. I'm going to get that. Okay, so it's here where I'd need to set the carry flag. So the carry flag would not be set at this point. Okay. Ah, I know. If we did... and get rid of that one there. Ah, no, it's not working. Mr. Cola, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. Hi, Hitch. What have you guys been playing tonight? You know what, we'll worry about this later. For now, let's just have it as set that we're going to be passing these values in. Hi, Mr. K. Welcome to the stream. Hey, Jup3, welcome. So we're coding a platformer for the C64, 2-player kind of single screen arcade game. It's kind of very much work in progress at the moment, so there's lots of weird little glitchy things going on, like the background colors and a few things like that. But we're just looking at trying to do some stuff in here that's gonna hopefully allow us to kind of make a sprite dissolve in a fun little way. Thank you for the resub, Coconut. 4 months, wow, cool. Thank you very much, and thank you for the host, Coconut, and thank you for the host Hitch as well. Always feel so sad when I have to write compare 0. Yeah, that's actually going to be removed, so this is what this kind of decision here was about. That's now going to be removed, so we no longer need to do any of this. It's going to make our lives a bit easier. Yeah, well, welcome along, guys. Nice to see you all, and thank you, Cola, again for the host and the raid. Sorry. I have an issue with my hard drive IDs on motherboard. Oh, okay. You've been doing some hardware stuff tonight. Okay. Installing Windows 98. Yeah, back when Windows installs were an absolute pain in the ass. They've got a lot better. Yeah, no problem, Cola. Thanks for the raid, and go get them dogs some food. Okay, so we're going to pass this value in, and this value basically is the lower byte of this sprite data lookup, so we can store that there, which clears up our accumulator, so we can now store the upper byte. Actually, do you know what? We can make this even quicker. So if we just put a vector in here that does this for us. So if we just did like a sprite warp data and put a word in here, like so, then in here what we can do, so we will use the init, we can store the upper byte, because this upper byte's never going to change. This upper byte's always going to be the same. So we may as well just set that up ahead of time. We don't need that anymore. We'll just use this, and there we go. We've got it down to a single store instruction, and now we've got the actual the actual lookup. We are going to need some labels because we are going to need to do some stuff around these. So column. So let's start with the top half of the sprite first. So the column is going to be 0, 1, or 2. But then that's also dependent on how many rows we need to do as well. And we're going to be taking from the middle and moving things down. So what we need to do we need to always move? So it's always going to be 10 shifts on each side. That's quite a lot of shifts. But do we need to do all of those, or can we just do the bits that we need? If we've already shifted the top half down 5, then there's no need for us to do anything in the top 5. We only need to do the bottom 5. So This is a tricky one. Let's do the simple approach. Let's do the brute force approach where we just shift all 10 first. And then we can figure out how to optimize that later. We'll see what the rest of the time is like for it, and then optimize that later. Doing some pseudo random set whole sprite to not quite. It's going to be we're going to squeeze the sprite on either the left or the right. So, oh, this is the point as well. This needs to be dissolve left or right. So let's just make it dissolve left first. And we can either duplicate it to do dissolve right and shift everything over, or we can make it a bit more intelligent and you can tell it which side to go from. Actually, no, it doesn't need it, does it? Because we have column number here. So we're actually telling it which column, so we don't need that. Okay. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to create a function that allows us to identify a column of pixels and squeeze that column in by a certain amount, by a number passed in here. And we're going to use that to almost kind of force the sprite through a funnel, if you like. So it starts squeezing down into nothing, so it looks like it's being sucked into a straw or something. That's the aim, anyway. Okay, so let's have a look. So, given a column number, see, the column is the tricky thing, because the column doesn't necessarily mean, you know, it doesn't go from 0 to 24, it goes from 0, well, the column goes from 0 to 23, but the actual data that it's going to affect is in a slightly different place according to that. So what we need to do is we need to look up some values. So this will be byte offsets. And so this would be quite simply, for the first 4 columns, you're in the first byte, then, oh, and then multicolour characters, so actually we only have 12 columns. And then this would be our bit masks. So in the far column, and this will repeat for each of these blocks like this. So in our first column, we've got C0. Is that right? Yes. And then in the next column, it is... No, is that right? Yeah, it is right. 30. That's right. And then it's 0C and 03, like that. And then that will just repeat. Like so. So now, given a column, we know which byte and which mask to look at. So let's just try blanking out a single pixel from that column. So we've got our warp data already in place. So given a column, we will grab byte offset, offsets, X. And for now, we'll just put that in the Y register. Let's make a we'll call it squeeze count here. I quite often do that when I'm typing that word in. Bit switch inside as a mask with previous value. Yeah, kind of. So, and in the index with 0, 1. If you want to shorten the data and make it to speed critical, you can shorten the later data array by and in the index with 0, 0, 1. Yeah. The index would be 0 to 12. My Donald Trump, yeah. And in the index with 0, 0, 0, 1. Try to think what you mean there. Although this is quite speed critical, so I think this table is probably the safest way for now. I'm trying to figure out what you mean there. And in which index are you on about? Are you on about this X index here? Or do you just mean about shortening this data? Acmafin, that's out of character for you. That's a good joke. Oh right, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, I'm not too fussed about. Oh no. Oh dear, someone had to clip that. Yeah, you're right. We could do that. And it would probably only take what, a transfer, and then probably a transfer back as well. But this could potentially be very speed critical, so I'm going to leave it for now. Oh god, I can't believe you've clipped that, guys. Oh dear. It's an easy thing to do. It's a very easy thing to do. I've had code at work where that's actually been in the code for like weeks and weeks before I've noticed, because I've used autocomplete to kind of autocomplete my code. So that's one bottle down. God knows what I'm going to be typing after another bottle. Second bottle I've got is the one that I really enjoyed actually from last week. It's quite a cheap bottle as well. I think it's only like £6. Sauvignon Blanc from Australia. It's surprisingly tasty. Looking at labels, I assume you switch joystick bits off from 0 page 1 bit at a time. No, I know what you mean. Where you roll them, you shift them out from there. No, we don't do that. I do know that trick though. Is kind of cool. The reason why we have the 0 page labels there is just because we use them in so many places rather than keep looking them up from the IO area. It's just quicker to store it in 0 page and look it up from there. So, but yeah, I know the trick you mean. At least I think I know the trick you mean, where you shift the bits off one at a time and work on them like that instead. But quite often we use the bit instruction instead of the and instruction to restore to keep things so we can use them again on the next one. Okay, right, so let's have a look. So we're taking our byte offset and we're transferring it to Y. We might, at this point here, I'm going to put some comments in as I go, so potentially add row number in here. Because at the moment this is just going to do the very top row, which is all I care about at the moment, but this might be where we would add the rows in, so we would look at this number to squeeze here and use that. I am going to store this Y value in squeeze count because we are going to need that at some point. So let's do something very simple. Let's just make sure that this is working. Let us load the value in sprite warp data and a Y, and actually we're going to need the masks are going to need to be the opposite, aren't they? Because we're going to need this value to grab the original, and we're going to need the invert bits mask as well. I am wasting memory by doing this, but I want to make sure that this is nice and neat. So we need the inverse of this. So this would be 3f CF, F3, FC. There we go. So it's one cycle faster to load and store from, yeah, it is. It's a lot better to use zero page if you can. Sometimes the stack is kind of, well, not unavoidable, but it just kind of makes sense. But if you're doing critical stuff, then definitely try and use zero page where you can. It is very quicker. Okay, so let's just blank that sprite, that pixel out. So we will AND it with like so, and then we'll store it again. So let's just see what happens if we do that. So this is what we're trying to set. We need to use dissolve. Let's do it right at the beginning here. Just put that in there so I can remember. So we don't actually need Y at this point, so we'll do the first column, and we'll do, which sprite do we set up? I forgot which sprite we set up. We set up the second one. So there we go. Let's do that first and let's see how that works. Yeah, jump to the subroutine definitely needs stack, or else you run into all sorts of weird problems. Although, I mean, sorry, interrupts anyway. I've seen some interrupt routines. So I actually have a macro set up that just uses push and pull from the stack, but I have seen people do this and have some zero page addresses literally just for storing state on interrupts. And I think if you're doing really critical interrupt stuff, it's probably better to do it like that anyway. But if you're doing critical interrupt stuff, you probably shouldn't be using macros like this, like a catch-all macro. You should be using something which is a bit more kind of specific to your needs. If your interrupt isn't affecting the Y register, then there's no reason to do this at all. Thank you for the follow, SimDK. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's get some wine in me because we're falling behind a little bit. There we go. Okay, so hopefully we run this now. We should just see a single pixel removed from that top column, and that's all we want to see at the moment. And then we'll test out a few different columns, make sure they work, and then if they work, then we can start looking at removing multiple pieces from the column. And it has there, you can see it's properly removed that one pixel there. If I move that column across, so if I do it somewhere in the middle instead, there we go, cool. So we've got proper targeting of that. So now what I want to do is actually move things down a few pixels. So let's do three rows to be removed. So this is the first thing we need to do, is store these values, and then at this point here we need to do some checks. So this is going to be our loop. This is going to be where we come back to. And the first thing we'll do in the loop is we will check. Actually, no, because we'll do the check at the end here. And I'm also going to put. Oh, squeeze count is in zero page. Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to decrease squeeze count. And if it's not zero, we'll go back to the loop. So obviously you need to pass a value of at least 1 in here. If you pass 0 in, it's going to do one loop of this anyway, but you should never be passing 0 in from this side. You should always be passing a number in here. So what do we need to do with this? We need to work out where our hang on, byte offset is here. This is where we need to add rows. So actually this needs to happen before we go into the loop as well. So this needs to happen in here. So our accumulator has currently 0, 1 or 2. Now depending on how many rows we want to squeeze, I need to think about this actually. Do we need to work from the top down or the bottom up? Let's think. Okay, we need to work from the bottom up. Okay, so before I do this, I'm going to take this is again I'm going to use a table here because I don't like how this is going to work. So I'm going to write top offset in here. So this is going to be based on this number to squeeze, and this is going to be where we start grabbing from. So what we're always going to do, we're going to, if we're given a sprite like so, we're never going to affect the middle row. That's always going to be left blank. Well, it's always going to be left untouched. If we're told we need to squeeze one row, then we wouldn't start here, we would start at this sprite, and basically this row. Basically what we would do, we would take, I'm going to do it like on different rows just to demonstrate what I mean. So we would take this pixel and move it down to, down to here, and then we take this pixel and move it down to here. That's a squeeze of 1. With a squeeze of 2, we would grab this pixel and put it down to here, this pixel and put it down to here, and so on. And squeeze of 3 would be this pixel down to here, this pixel down to here. So what we need to do is work out, given a squeeze value, what is our offset into here. So the first value is irrelevant, so it's this one here and it's irrelevant. So we're never going to call that, so that should be 0 anyway. And then 1 would be 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 24. Okay. And so the maximum squeeze we can do is 10. Don't think we're ever going to need 10, but I am going to do the values all the way up to 10, and these are going to go down 3 at a time. So that's 5. C 09 06 03. Okay, so this is just for the top. We'll do the same from the bottom at another point. Actually, I am just going to put that value correct in here as well. This value will never get read, but it's fine. So let me think about this. So we're gonna need 2 other values here, I think. So we're gonna need our source offset, and we're gonna need our target. So our target is always going to be, hang on, is this right? Yeah, then we need to subtract 3 from each time. So going from the top down, our target is always going to be this value here. Wait, this, hang on, oops, wrong button. That's 24, that's, sorry, that's our target there, 1B, okay. So we can load, actually let's grab them as, what if I call it top offset, there we go. I'm going to store that in our target. We are going to add the rows in here. Offsets, comma X. So actually this should be, yeah, that needs to be in twice, okay. Load the byte offset, add the top offset, and store that in target. Actually, carry flag is never going to be set there, so we don't need to do that. Then we can add top offset, comma, and this would be comma Y, is the number to squeeze. Right, let me think about this bit. So this is the data that we're taking. The Y needs to be the source in this point. So we will load Y with our source value, yes. Load accumulator with our warp data. God, it's difficult to think about this right now. We need to load the data from that location. Yes. I am not going to, yeah, see, this is a case where stack could be used, but I'm not going to use the stack. I'm just going to create a file called temp here. I'll use temp5 for that. This is going to turn off that pixel. No. Just thinking about this. We want to load our source, yes, and turn it off, which is what the and the store does. Then we need to, whatever was there before, which is now in temp, to be put into our target. So we would also get the target. I feel that's a better way of doing this, you know. Feeling like it's quite heavy. So this is just turning off both pixels at the moment. We do have this value in here. Ideally, this value needs to be ALLed with our bit mask. It's going to have to be done here. This is the annoying thing. I'm going to have a look at optimizing this again in a minute, but for now, let's just get it working. No, sorry, and bit masks. X. X is always our column, so that can stay the same. See, this could be self-modified code. So this, because this is never going to change, right? So this could be set from this point here. Pre-calculated death mask sprite on top of it. Yeah. The problem is masking. I mean, how you can't mask one sprite with another, so, and because they could happen anywhere over any background, I don't think we could mask in that way. Yeah. I'm going to see how this goes. It may be that we need to relook at it, but I can already see these $X indexes could be self-modifying code, which would turn these into 2 cycles instead of what, 4 or 5, whatever these are. Then there might be 4. So that's currently 12 cycles for those 3 $X, these ands here. And that would be halved, so that would be 6 cycles saved there. Because that is actually doing what I need it to do now. That's actually squeezing one single byte down. But the problem is, this is... Squeeze count. I don't think this squeeze count is the way we need to be doing this loop, but... Yeah, I don't think it would work, because the problem is the masking needs to happen over background, and our background isn't necessarily always going to be the same. There could be other stuff in the background. We don't have just like a blank. If we had like a blank background, like Bubble Bobble or so, but it just had black in the background, that would work. But it's not going to work for this, because our background can be anything. It can be any characters or anything. So it's a bit more complex than Bubble Bobble was. So this is currently moving one pixel down from above it, which we're not actually going to see with our current sprite setup. So let's make these sprites a little bit more interesting so we can see what's going on. Oh, damn it. So I just put some lines in like this, you know. Oh my god. Oh god, I suck at keeping us straight. Hi Sagittech, welcome to the stream. Caught me in the middle of trying to create a shitty sprite just for testing, and I can't seem to draw. I wish I could make this window bigger, but unfortunately SpritePad won't let me make it bigger, which is a bit frustrating. there we go. At least now we'll see what's going on in those sprites. So let me just save those out. Yeah, again with background priority. So our background is not how you would normally expect it. We use multicolors and not the transparency value. So again, it wouldn't work with that either. I think this can work. I think it just needs. It's going to need some optimization. This is a lot of cycles. It's going to need some optimization to make it work correctly. But I don't expect this is the sort of routine that's going to happen, you know, every single frame. It's only going to happen on some frames. And the cool thing about it is when it happens, it means the player is no longer firing. If the player is no longer firing, then that's 2 software sprites that are taken off the screen, which is a hell of a lot of cycle time reduced for actually doing the eat animation. So it kind of balances out. I think as long as we're not exceeding the software sprite, which I doubt we're going to exceed, then I think we should be all right. So at the moment, this is moving. Let me think about this. So yeah, this is moving a row of pixels. Well, it's moving a single pixel down. But at this point now, what I need to do is I now need to get the source and the target and subtract 3 from them. So target, I can just blindly subtract 3. I don't care about checking that. So and I know that the target is not going to go below 0 before the source does, so I don't need to actually clear the carry bit here either. Or sorry, reset the carry bit. So it's this bit that I do care about. So as long as that's still positive, then I can go back to loop again. And I don't need this. Okay, let's try that. So we're doing 3 rows of the first column of what sprite is it? Of this sprite here. So let's see what we actually get. Okay, it's kind of hard to tell there, but let's zoom in a little bit. So it does look like it has indeed shifted 3 columns down. I'm going to make some other changes just to make it more apparent that that the top hasn't been, because we don't want the very top to be affected. So let's go in here and let's put another multicolor, but let's just put it all the way along the top and all the way along the bottom. So I'm fully expecting to see this other color all the time, like the whole all merge. Oh yes, I've had 11 drop frames actually, so 2 minutes ago. So yeah, okay. I think what I might do for the next stream is just drop down a little bit, drop the frame rate down a little bit, and maybe go back to 720p. I mean 1080p is nice, but I'm not impressed with the drop frames tonight. Although it's only tonight, isn't it? We've had a couple of streams at 1080p and it's been fine, so maybe I just need to move. I have moved my aerial today, so maybe I need to move it back. But I can't do that right now, unfortunately. At least the stream hasn't crashed, that's one thing. Although it will now, I've said that. Let's have a look, see what we get. And we didn't get any. Did anything happen with that sprite? I don't think that sprite actually saved, did it? Did I just overwrite the wrong sprite? Yeah, I overrode the wrong sprite, that's all. Oh, I like it, Stepz. I don't think I can drop my stream quality down midstream. I mean, maybe I can, I don't know. Don't think I can though. Okay, let's give that a try. It's fine for haze, okay. Okay, so let's have a zoom in on this. And yeah, can see the pink pixel at the top here, so that's kind of alright. That's exactly what we want here. Froze briefly for 20 seconds. Oh, briefly for about 20 seconds ago, but otherwise okay. Yeah, I do have, it says 2 minutes ago I had some drop frames, so hi Master Blaster, welcome to stream, and hi Bag of Potatoes as well, welcome back dude. So that's kind of working just for the top section, but it is working. We're going to need to do the same on the bottom section as well. So before I do that, I just want to see if there's a way I can optimize that, because I'm not massively happy with that routine. It's quite big. I thought it was going to be less than that, but obviously it's not. So see if we can find a way to improve that. Okay, Jup3, thanks for joining the stream and good to see you. I hope you can join again. Your inputs are quite valuable actually. Good night, mate. Everybody's input's valuable, by the way, not just Jup. But I always like it when people get involved and suggest things. It's very cool. It's how we all learn, right? We don't learn by, well, actually some of us do learn just by experimenting and failing a lot, but I think the easiest way to learn is as a group. And if a group that fails a lot, then it's even better, right? Right, I think it's time to get my next bottle of wine open. As I say, this is the Australian Sauvignon Blanc, same one I had last week that I really enjoyed. It's another 2018. I don't think it really matters when you're buying cheap wines from a corner shop. I think you're better off getting a new wine. If you get like I think I said this last time, you get a really old one, they tend to be a bit shitty because they're not kept in the right conditions. Like proper vintage wine has to be stored correctly as well. You can't just put a bottle of white wine in a cupboard somewhere and expect it to taste great in 10 years time. It won't. It'll taste disgusting. It needs to be stored at the right temperature, the right amount of light and things like that. Okay, so how would I go about optimizing this? Okay, this routine is it's kind of fine, I think. Is this something you could pre-calc a table from another language that might be a bit quicker to code? Yes and no. I mean, the routine that I'm doing now, no, I don't think so, because we still have to shift that data around, and it's the shifting the data around that's the problem. But the final pattern. So these values here that we're passing in, you know, which column and how far to squeeze it is something we can pass in through a table, I think. I fail all the time, yeah. Yeah, they do, don't they? 68 seconds behind in stream. It's over T2000 a week, I'm not sure whether to bother keeping or open it. It depends where it is. Like this is my problem with vintage wines. If you've bought a vintage wine and it hasn't come from a proper wine shop, you just bought it from you know, you've just found it in some other shop somewhere, then it's probably going to taste horrible. I'll warn you now. If you bought it from a proper wine shop, it's probably all right. If it's white wine, get it put into I mean, if you've got a cellar, put it in a cellar. If you haven't got a cellar, then wrap it in something that will stop the light getting into it, and put it in the fridge. If it's a red wine, just store it anywhere that's out of the light. But the key thing is to keep the light off it. So that's why the bottles are kind of that colour, and they're not white. Sorry, not white, transparent. But unfortunately, the stuff you get in the corner shop has had all sorts of light blasted at it for days. So, okay, so this routine is kind of working. I guess we can put it into. Let's put it into a loop and see how quick it's actually happening now. So, I mean, what we're going to see is we're just going to see basically an empty sprite. Well, one column of an empty sprite, but I just want to see how long it takes to actually do this routine. So that's quite a bit. There's quite a few frames going on here. Also, it is kind of leaving some crap behind here as well. I'm going to move that sprite over a little bit. It's in a kind of awkward place at the moment. Let's move it over. Let's move it over like that. That should be enough. I've dropped more frames actually. Again, I don't know what's going on there. Oh no, it hasn't. It was just that pixel there. So it has actually warped it correctly. Okay, that's fine. I don't know if I'm gonna have a quick look to see if I can. I don't think I can change stream while I'm change stream quality while I'm streaming. But if I can, because I am dropping frames, I can see it happening. Output. No, it's kind of locked now because I'm actually streaming. Video. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck. So apologies for the drop frames, but hopefully the stream can actually stay up. That's the main thing. The 5G seems to be on. It's been on the whole time, but the aerial is kind of moved as well at the moment. So yeah, it's definitely a source problem. Definitely a source problem. I see 16 frames dropped since I started. The last one was about a minute ago, so okay, so we've got it working from the top and it's using this much, so we need to trim this down. This is way too much. You know, this is going to happen twice per column, so that could come down to about here once you start getting a lot going on. So let's see if we can reduce that down. We've got a nice indicator there with that, so let's have a look. So is there any obvious thing we can do? So this is the first obvious thing we can do, is we can get rid of these values here, and here, and here, and make these self mods. So I'm just going to call this SM for self mod invmask 1, SM invmask 2, and SM mask 1. And then here I can do needs to be +1 because we're actually we're up updating the value, not the opcode. And now I can change these to just be values like this. I'm going to put a BB in here because to me it's something that stands out as a self mod, even though it says SM before it. The other thing is to try and get rid of this temporary variable, so we'll have a look at that in a second. You might be able to lower bitrate. Okay, it's a little bit down. Yeah, I had a quick look. Yeah, I dropped another frame another minute ago. Yeah. I don't seem to be able to change anything on my output. I can always restart if I have to. I mean, I'm not that fussed about the length of the stream or anything. But only if it's becoming a huge problem. If people are alright with it, then I'll leave it as it is. Okay, there's a little bit of something wrong here in the self mod. Not sure why though. Make any sense? Mask. Oh, because that should be +1. There we go. Well, I'm surprised that actually ran. No, it's definitely. I never usually get this many drop frames, and I'm getting a couple all the time. I might try moving my area a little bit when I go for a break. Which, in fact, I'm going to go for one now. So I'm just going to check that this is fixed. Yep, that's working. Okay, I'm going to go for a quick break now. I'm going to take about 2 minutes longer while I swap my aerial out as well. My 5D aerial's inside at the moment, so it might not be helping. Alright, I'll be right back in 5 minutes, guys. Be right back. Right, and I'm back. I've moved the aerial outside again now. Remounted it. Should be alright, I think. Let's see how it goes. Last drop was about a minute ago, so might have been while I was moving it. Let's see how it is anyway. Right, let's get some wine in me. Well, it is really tasty, that one. I think I prefer that one. So oddly, I prefer the bottle that's like £2 or £3 cheaper. What is it? It's a Sauvignon Blanc, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, alright, it's nice. I like it. I'll be getting more of that. Okay, so the routine is working. We just need to optimize it now. So this self-mod stuff is making this loop slightly faster by replacing these. This temp, though, is bugging me. I'm just trying to think there's a better way of doing this. This is turning off, and this is grabbing the actual pixels, and then we're doing this to it here. It's this block here that's the pain in the ass. So this block here is what's, in my opinion, taking too much time, because it's the inverse mask from this one. Sauvignon Blanc. Why? Why are you making me do that? What are you doing? What are you playing at? Oh, I'm still dropping frames as well. A minute ago now. Oh dear, why is this taking so many cycles. I mean, I knew this was going to take a lot of cycles anyway. It was unlikely this was going to be a quick routine to do. But I just wonder if there's a better way of doing this. So this is probably about 8, maybe 9 lines. I think it's probably about 9, maybe 10 actually, 9 or 10. And we're going to have to do it for each side, and at some points it's going to be like 3 or 4. So let's do a worst case example. Oh yeah, he is going to clip it for some nefarious purpose, that's for sure. Let's have a look where we're calling that again. Where is it? Get rid of that now. That. So if we were to do this twice, and then we were to do it again for 2 more columns, this will give us a rough indication of what it's gonna take cycle wise. Yeah, see, that's a lot of cycles. So that's doing 3 columns, top and bottom. And that needs to be reduced, that's too much. Now that can be staggered. We can do kind of top and then bottom, top and then bottom, so that could be halved. But let's look at it as a block like that, and let's see if we can trim that down some more. So let's have a look at our loop. This is our loop. We need source and target. We have to use those, so we can't get around using those. Which also means we can't get around these load and stores. It's this is what's killing us, this temp variable in the middle. We could get rid of that. I think we'd be alright. Also, is this slowing us down as well, maybe? Target and source, if we were to maybe if we were to decrease, no, because that's only happening once per loop. It's fine, optimize later. Yeah, maybe. Well, actually, I think we've got enough to start seeing if the effect looks alright now. So let's try. Why not do it at the start and just make a bank of sprites to swap between? Actually, that isn't a bad idea. So, yes, we don't have a lot of sprite space to actually do stuff in, so our sprites are kind of, we don't have a lot of space for them. But what we do have is a lot of other memory that we can use. So if we look at our actual memory map, we've got a lot of spare memory around. So we could actually pre-calculate these sprites ahead of time. In which case, it might not even be worth doing the sprite warp routine. It might actually be better to just do this through animation and then just copy the sprite in we need. So I wonder how quick it would be to copy a sprite versus warping the sprite. Let's do a test. So here's a sprite warp. So let's just do something completely, let's just call it test, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to take a value and we're going to load a value from one point in memory. Let's pick somewhere that's not being used. Let's do 7,000 and store that at can run that loop backwards as well. And it can start at 3e because the sprites are 63, not 64 bytes long. So the only thing we'd need to do is we'd need to set this target as source and target, which is going to be, let's think, if we've got, so this could be self-mod, this could be self-mod. So we'd have, let's waste some cycles here. So let's do, let's do this. Let's just waste a shitload of cycles here. So imagine this is our setup. So we've got a setup, and then we copy a load of cycles in here, and I'm just gonna run this alongside here as well. So I'm gonna increment. So let's have a look. So the test is actually not doing anything. It's just copying some memory around, but we're not going to see any visual difference between the two. So this is an entire sprite copy versus what we had before, which was if we did actually, I think for horizontal something here. I think this is going to be much easier. So this is what it would take to do 3 columns of a sprite warp. Versus just copying a sprite into a location. So this, I mean, this does mean there's going to be more work. So I hope you're ready for more work for it. So what this is going to mean you need to do is we've got our stunned enemies. So our stunned enemies are going to have to be a specific frame. At the moment they're not. At the moment they're whatever frame they stopped at. But we can make them go into a stunned frame, basically. So that would just be a case of defining one frame within the enemy that is at our stunned frame. So the first frame, for instance, right? So one for left, one for right. And then a whole sprite bank somewhere in memory that just has these sprites being warped. One for left, one for right. We could even write something to flip it if we needed to. Actually, I think that's going to be the way to do it, you know. It does mean, though, that we're going to have to write a separate warp routine. We're going to have to create a warp animation, for a sprite absorb animation for each one. But it does mean we can tweak it. We can kind of tweak it visually. We're not relying on an algorithm to do it, so let's have a look at the memory as well. So we're not using anything from 4000 to 8000. In fact, we're not using anything above 2000 at the moment. Map data is fitting quite neatly into 8000, but 83. It does mean we're probably going to run the risk of this not fitting into 16K though, by doing that. Am I that bothered about that? I would like to enter this in the 16K competition. But if we can't, I'm not too fussed. This isn't about specifically targeting the 16K competition. And it would mean we'd save a lot of memory, so... Now, how many frames would we need? That's a good point, right? So... Well, if we were to put the sprites between 4000 and 8000, we'd have 256 sprites. So... if we did it for each enemy, we did 16 frames in each direction. That would give us 32 sprites per enemy, which means we could have 8 enemies with that animation. I think that makes sense, actually. I think that makes sense. Because that sprite copy is quick. And that's doing an entire sprite copy. So we can fuck around with that animation all we want. It doesn't necessarily have to be that suck animation. It can be slightly different. Keep the dissolve routine to make them on the fly, but just once at startup. Yep, again, that's a good option. And then we could fit it into 16K. That's a really good point. That gonna work? Yeah, that's gonna work, isn't it? I mean, we'd have to change the routine a little bit, but I mean, if we can get the routine working as it is, we can adjust it to do things a little bit differently. There will be a little bit of a boot up time while it generates these, but we would manage to keep it in 16K as well, which is nice. And I do like when we can find ways to fill the 64K from a 16K program. Yeah, Foro, you're on fire tonight. That's a good one. I like it. Yeah, let's go with that routine. So let's not worry about the amount of time it's taken. Let's carry on doing the dissolve routine. Let's not worry about the raster time for it, because this is what we're going to end up with. And we'll designate, I think 4,000 to 8,000 is probably the best bet. That gives us a lot of memory free. We've still got shitloads of memory to put more maps in above 8,000. We've used less than 3 of the 16 pages that are available. Sorry, more than 3 of the 64 pages that are available to us in this bank before we get up into the actual Vic bank area. So we've got loads of room for map data if we need that. Code is actually quite small. We don't need a lot more code. I mean, obviously there will be more code, but I very much doubt we're going to cross that boundary. We don't have music in at the moment. That is one thing to bear in mind. So we will want to find somewhere to shove the music in. Normally the music goes in at 1000. I'm not sure why our code here. Let's have a look. Do we have any alignment of the code? I don't think we do actually at the moment. I think we're just dropping everything in. Yeah, we're just dropping everything in one after another. So we would need to find about 4,096 bytes or 1000 in hex bytes to put the music in. Still think we can squeeze that in here. I mean, we still have a couple of K here. We still have like 3K if we put the music in the middle of this for code, and we've still got loads of room up here for code as well. Yeah, actually, I think that's all right. That's all right. The dissolve routine is a perfect candidate for TDD. It is actually. It is a very good candidate for TDD. I'm not going to do it though. I've not got any TDD libraries at all. I actually take some kind of pleasure in writing code without tests. To be honest. Oh god, Colt. That's an Acmafin level joke there. Okay, let's carry on as we're doing then. We know if we do want to just copy a sprite around, that actually it's not going to take that much of cycles up, and at the most we're going to see both players eating at the same time. In which case this is going to be doubled, and even that is still. I mean, that's what 3 character lines, 2.5 character lines. So if you call it 3, at the most that's going to be 6 character lines for 2 players. So that's 48 raster lines. That's not bad. I think that makes sense. I mean, it's nice to have this routine, and we will use it to generate the sprites, but I think it is going to be a bit slow for us to do it on the fly. Just because at the moment this is only doing 3 columns. We may want to do 4 columns, 5 columns, and we've not even including the shift in here as well. So there's going to be a shift, and that's going to be even more, because that's not so simple to do. We're going to have to shift Actually, no, it is quite simple, but you're gonna have to do it. You're gonna have to do 21 shifts across 24 bits, which is going to be hefty. I mean, it's not going to be quick at all. It also means we can worry a little bit less about our projectile routine and where that's happening, because at the moment you can see if I start doing everything, it goes kind of crazy. In fact, I'm surprised we're not getting slowed down, because this is actually crossing the boundary now. The other thing I was thinking as well is with the players, I think if they start an eat animation, then once an enemy starts being absorbed, that's it. I don't think they should be able to cancel it. I think it's a risk you need to take as a player. Is like, do I try and eat this now? Do I have enough time to eat this, or do I need to kind of wait a little bit? So I think that simplifies things a little bit, in that we don't need to do a reverse animation or anything. Once the player starts eating an enemy, that's it. They start eating an enemy. And actually, I think once you start the eat animation, that's it. You've scored the points. The points don't come when you finish the animation. I think the moment you start eating it, that's when you've already eaten it, and you've gained the points, you've gained the weight. But you could potentially die in the middle of it. And if you die in the middle of it, then you die in the middle of it, but you've still gained the weight. Okay, let's strip out the this test routine, because we don't need it anymore. I'm still dropping frames crazily though, as well. I don't know why. I think definitely on my next stream I'm going to drop the what is my resolution at the moment? Is it 1080 at 60? I think that's what it's running at. Yeah, 1080 at 60. Playback rate 6,000 kilobytes per second. Okay, yeah, I will change this. I'll lower it down a little bit. I might try and get it down to 720p, I guess. Oh yeah, if you want to write a storyline, Hayes, that'd be really good. Well, I really need to do a vote on the name, but I kind of want to wait until we've got a kind of a gameplay example that we can show, and I'll drop it onto Twitter, and I'll pick the 4 best names and vote on that. But basically, I think the story is basically this is 2 kids in Candy World, and they're just being really greedy, and they're just trying to eat all the candy that lives in the Candy World. That's about as far as I've got, really. I can't think of why they would be in Candy World, or why the candy in Candy World is alive and running around and will hurt children, but yeah, it's kind of along those lines. All the monsters are going to be candy of some kind, so which I guess for is going to be one hell of a task for you in the coming weeks, because now not only do you need to create these oh, actually no, we're gonna do the animation through code anyway, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, I mean, you've still got to work out. You've got to make some candy monsters of various kinds. Okay, let's carry on with this routine then. Let's just strip out everything that's. So let's get rid of that line there. Let's get rid of this. Don't need that. And let's strip this down to just one routine. Yeah, it is. It's like Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory, where everything wants to kill you for some reason. Greedy kids, yeah, exactly. Oops, I've deleted too much there, haven't I? Okay. Okay, so let's get the animation working. It doesn't matter because at the moment we're not. It's not tied into the game at the moment. It's just a sprite in the middle of the game, right? So let's keep this in place for now. Let's enhance this to actually work on both sides of the thing. I'm going to get rid of the self mod because I think there's no need to do the self mod anymore. Because we're not too bothered about speed anymore, so I'm just going to get rid of it. I want to simplify this a little bit. I don't want it to be too convoluted, so I'm going to get rid of the self mods in there. Oops. And this can remain, so I can get rid of this chunk here. Cool. Alright, so this is just doing the top half now, so we need to do the same for the bottom half. So I'm just going to copy it. But this time we need to add 3 to the target, and we need to add 3 to the source. And this time we need to compare the source with 64. Actually, yeah, 64. And if the carry flag is clear, as in we're less than. So one tip to remember, so this is something you will probably get stuck on quite a lot with assembly language. If you're doing a comparison, so in JavaScript or any other C style language, you may do something like this. You may do if A is more than or equal to 4, right? And this is quite a common construct. You're going to need to do this. You may need to do, you know, less than 4. You may need to do more than 4. Now there isn't a less than or greater than in assembly language. You have equal, you have not equal, you have minus, and you have plus. But what you don't have is greater than or equal to, greater than, less than or equal to. They don't exist. So the way you do it is you use the carry flag. So if you compare a value, so if I take the value 10 in hex, doesn't really matter, and I compare it to another value, what's actually happening here is this value is subtracted from this value. So in this case, if you subtract those two values, you get 0. So branch if equal is successful, because branch if equal is not testing if two values are equal. It's testing if the last value that was calculated is 0, and in this case it was 0. So the carry flag, the 0 flag is set. Likewise, you can do branch if not equal to test something like that, and if you subtract these two, then the result is not 0. However, to do greater than or equal to or less than, you need to use the carry flag. So if you subtract these two values together, then you will get 0, but the carry flag will be set, which means you can test if something is greater than this value or not, greater than or equal to this value by testing the carry flag. So this will set the carry flag, this will set the carry flag, this will set the carry flag, and so on. If you want to test if it's less than, you use branch if carry clear. So like so. Now the way to remember that is quite hard to remember. Is the carry set or is it clear? The easiest way to remember that is if you think of carry clear or carry set, C is less than S. If you were to take those two characters and look at them in the alphabet, C is less than S in the alphabet. So carry means it's less than. So you're taking a value, you're comparing it. If it's less than this compared value, then you use this. If it's more than or equal to, you use the S flag, because S is more. That's how I remember that. So sorry, just kind of digressing a little bit there. But yeah, I mean, it's a useful way to remember. You get to let Gene Wilder beat Johnny Depp on the bonus level. Billy Bonker's Sweet Laboratory. You think that would be allowed? The funny thing is, right, is if we release this game and we called it Billy Bonker's Sweet Laboratory, it would be absolutely fine. No one would say anything about it. It would be absolutely fine. The game would go out. People would play it. People would love it. People would make the association and they'd laugh at it. And even the people who own Willy Wonka would be like, haha, that's fun. Nice little kind of play on it and what have you. However, if it had been Willy Wonka had been bought, and I say bought because I don't think he does, by Paul Andrews, then he would sue us to the ends of the earth, right? He's not a nice guy. One good part where he says motorcycle enthusiasts would want facial hair. I don't know what you mean by that. Is that in Willy Wonka? Really? Okay, so we're doing the same thing again here. This is for the bottom half, but this time we're moving up. I'm going to move our code out of here again, and just put it up at the top here, just so we can see this happen. And we need to make sure that the source and target are set correctly. So here's where we set the source and target. So they need to be reset again. The byte offset X is correct. Top offset is not correct because now this is bottom offset. So is he the Horace twat? Yes, he is, yeah. So bottom offset, so 1E is the middle, so we need to add another 3 to that, so that gives us 21, yep, and then we need to add 3 along these. But yeah, that's my point, Hayes, is that, you know, these copyright trolls really don't care about kind of fair use or kind of parody, which is what most people who use these, is that right? Yep. Most people who use these characters or kind of, is, you know, Billy Bonker's Sweet Laboratory would be a parody, wouldn't it, really? Covered under fair use. They don't care about that. They use intimidation and well, I guess it is a lack of knowledge. If you don't know copyright law, and I'm not saying I do know copyright law, I don't, but I've definitely learned a lot in the past few weeks by reading these things. But if you don't know anything about this at all, then the intimidation is going to work, because you're going to think, oh shit, this guy owns it and I'm using it, therefore I must pay some money to him. But fair use and parody is quite a big thing. I mean, look at what's his face, Weird Al Yankovic. I can tell you now, there is no way on earth he has got permission to do every single one of them songs, because he doesn't need to get permission. He's using fair use and parody. I'm still dropping frames, by the way, so that aerial move hasn't done anything. Yeah, otherwise it would cost him a fortune. And what these trolls don't realise, and well, I think they do realise, I just don't think they own the property to begin with, is that if you own something like that and somebody does make a parody or they do use that character within the fair use kind of within the kind of bounds of the fair use law, it actually benefits your property, right? It actually gives your property exposure. And Horace is, you know, he's a kind of very, I mean, he's a very un-iconic. I mean, he's iconic amongst Spectrum enthusiasts, but he's not that iconic. Oh, he does get permission. Okay. Yeah, he wouldn't have to, though, because he's doing it as a parody, right? So that he wouldn't really need to do that. So, Yeah, but yeah, Horace is not a huge property in terms of, he's not everywhere. He's not like a Mario or a Sonic. He's kind of probably one of the more famous characters from the C64, but yeah, he's by kind of shutting this down, he's giving himself bad kind of publicity and actually stifling kind of free promotion of his IPs. I actually don't think he owns the IPs. That's the thing. There's been nothing to definitively prove he does anyway. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I knew of Horace because I used to have a Spectrum and I've played some Spectrum games, but yeah, I don't think he had the exposure that he's had recently without this. And unfortunately, the exposure that he's got that's kind of reached beyond the Spectrum community has been negative publicity. It's been, oh, the person who owns Horace is an arsehole. That's the only publicity they've got. I just want to make a point actually while I'm at it. If any of you guys have got the full size the C64 ordered, that is also run by the same guy, and I would strongly recommend against buying one of those machines. I think they cost about £100. Honestly, if you desperately want a Commodore 64 and you want to spend £100 on it, send me a private message. I will build you a Commodore 64. I will I will cap it. I will heat sink it. I will even put power supply protection in it for you. And I will give you a shed load of games on cartridge for £100. And if it'd be less than £100, it'd be like £70, £80 or something like that. And you'll have real hardware. You won't have some shitty Pi Zero in a box, basically. Yeah, just don't buy one. Buy a proper one. Doesn't have to be from me. Buy it from anywhere, but buy a real one for God's sake. Yeah. Anyway, rant over. That's it for now. Okay, so we are now going do the bottom half. Okay, so we need to bottom offset here. And we need to add bottom offset here. This Y is going to need restoring because this is kind of bashed all over the place here. That comes from squeeze count, so I can just load Y with squeeze count here. I'll do it here, why not? Yeah, so Paul Andrews, the guy who's been copyright trolling people for old Spectrum. So I think Jet Set Willy and Horace are the two big ones he's been going. But also Jupiter Ace as well is another game he's been pushing. He was involved quite heavily in the Vega, ZX Vega, kind of, which was basically a massive scam. Some people did receive their machines, but it was nothing like they were promised, and basically they only received them because they were under pressure to legally put something out. He's also the guy behind the Mini C64 Mini, and also the new C64 that's coming out this Christmas. So I would definitely recommend against getting one of those if you do. If you want some help with finding a C64, there's plenty of people in my Discord who can help you out with that. If you're after buying a machine that can play these things, you'll have a much better time with a real machine than you would with an emulator. It does take a little bit of extra effort to get it to work right on your TV, but you can be safe in the knowledge that you are using actual hardware and not some emulated crap written by an arsehole. I mean, yeah, I can put you in touch with people who build and sell them and do them up. There are plenty of places you can buy a Commodore for about £50 on eBay if you look around, and then you can pay £30-40 for a converter which will convert the signal to HDMI, or you can pay a little bit more. If you spend about £100, you can get a really good converter, like the RetroTink or the OSSC. which will convert will convert the Commodore, but you can also convert other systems as well. So I use OSSC for my PC Engine, for my Commodore, for my Amiga, and for the other systems I've got as well. Yeah, indeed, as Sajak says, if you've got an older TV, some of the newer TVs don't come with support, but if you've got an older TV that has a SCART socket in, then you can probably just buy a cable for about £3 or £4 that will convert from C64 into SCART. But just make sure that your TV will support it, because there are two versions of SCART. There's composite SCART and there's RGB SCART. I can't remember which one it is. I think you need RGB SCART support on your TV. So no, C64 Mini was not done directly by the Vega people, but one of the directors of the C64 Mini was involved in the Vega project, and is now involved in the C64 as well. I'd just be very wary of them as well. I mean, thankfully, unlike the Vega, they managed to actually get this, get this built and get this followed through. And the machines aren't that bad. I mean, the joystick is absolutely terrible on the C64 Mini, but the rest of the machine isn't too bad. But I mean, it's entirely up to you guys. I wouldn't hate any of you if you bought one at all, but my opinion is that you shouldn't support people who stand to make money from the retro community and don't really care about it at the same time. OSSC, yeah, HDMI open source scan converter. It's no, it can't convert directly from an RGB source. You do need to transcode it. So, but the RetroTink can, I believe. So, correct me if I'm wrong on that. I have the OSSC and not the RetroTink, but I do have a RGB transcoder, so I can make that work. All right, let's see if this has worked. So this should hopefully be compressing the sprite in both directions. It kind of is. It seems to have missed out a line here. So what's actually going on? It looks like it's compressed it the same amount on each side, but it's left an extra line here. So let's do another compression, but let's do the next line along instead. So let's do 4 lines of column 1 as well at the same time. Yeah, I had to buy a Sony transcoder to make that work. It's working on the second line. It just seems to be that first line that's failing for some reason. I wonder if it's an odd number thing. Let's try another one. So let's try 5 on the next line. Okay, so it seems odd numbered lines fail on the bottom for some reason. So let's have a look at what's going on there. I'm just going to try one more, try another even numbered line. So if this one works all right. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you don't have to spend that money. I'm just saying kind of what I've purchased. I mean, you don't have to do that at all. But you can get pretty decent upscale. You just got to be careful with the upscalers because there's a lot of shit ones out there as well. So you need to find. Where's that? There's a border color set somewhere. There it is. You need to find one that does work. But again, if you speak to people in here on my Discord, on Hayes Discord, if you ask around. Through people in the community, they can probably give you links to some cheap upscalers that do the job perfectly fine. So yeah, the lag on a RetroTink and the OSSC is almost non-existent. It's really good. It's just about finding the right one, I guess. I mean, I've had a couple. I've had some cheap ones that have been absolute pants, then I've had some cheap ones that have been absolutely amazing. So, okay, this fails at the top as well. You see, it's not quite right. We're getting some. So this should be a straight line of pink here, and we're getting some noise in here, and we're also getting some noise in here as well. To think about why that would be. Okay. Is it because we're only copying, we're never clearing behind it? Could that be the problem? I mean, other than that, it's kind of working. Let's have a look. It's interesting how we're getting a different effect on this last row here than we're getting on these rows. Columns even. Yeah, the OSSC is quite cheap, so I'll show you mine. This is the OSSC. So it's a kind of do-it-yourself thing. It comes with some acrylic pieces and a board. I bought the pre-built kit. You can buy them, as Grim Fandango says, you can buy them without. I don't know if you can see inside actually. There's not an awful lot inside, but there are a couple of surface mount FPGA kind of chips in there as well. So if you're not confident with post a link, Grim Fandango, sure. If you're not confident with surface mount stuff, then I wouldn't recommend it, because there is a few things in here that are surface mount. The only really big thing, and I don't know if you probably can't see it in there, but there is a chip kind of just around the front here that's quite big. That is, I mean, it probably looks like it's about 150 pins or so, so it's quite a hefty one. But if you don't know how to do SMD drag soldering, it's probably quite hard to do that for your first thing. Saying that though, SMD soldering isn't that difficult, but I wouldn't recommend just buying something like that and trying to do it. I would recommend practicing on something first. There's plenty of kits out there for practicing these sort of things as well. And to be honest, the bulk of it is just having the right tools. As long as you've got a decent decent hot air gun and a decent soldering iron with good quality tips and good temperature control, you'll be fine. Just practice first. That's all I would say. And then when you get good at that, you can start fixing Xboxes as well. And fixing Xboxes can be quite profitable, I'll tell you that. Oh yeah, and flux as well. Make sure you got a good tube of flux as well. So I used to buy them in tubs, but I've started buying them. I've started buying these. So these are like little tubes that you can buy of flux, and I find these a lot easier because you can almost kind of inject the flux exactly where you need it, and I find these a lot easier to use than the tubs of flux. So. And I couldn't do the Xbox stuff without the flux tubes, to be honest. You need it because you need, when you use hot air to remove chips, you need to put a lot of heat into it very, very quickly. When you taking off's kind of fine because you don't need flux for that, but when you want to put stuff back on again, you need to get lots of hot air on there really quickly, but you need the solder to kind of dissipate nice and evenly across the surface. And if you don't have flux distributed around the area properly, then you're going to run into loads of problems, and you'll probably end up breaking tracks on the board as well. Okay. I've only seen it's got the anim sprite on screen. Anim sprite? What do you mean? Anim sprite, anim sprite. Missing stuff here. Never mind. I should probably do some electronic stream at some point, because I do quite a lot of repair and stuff. So yeah, and don't use lead-free solder. Yeah, lead-free solder. Well, actually, lead-free solder isn't too bad for remounting SMD stuff. So if you're doing like hot air stuff, then lead-free's all right, because you're having to use kind of crazy high temperatures anyway. I mean, my hot air is usually around about 420, 430 when I'm doing SMD stuff, remounting chips. At that temperature, lead-free solder is absolutely fine. But if you're doing hand soldered with a soldering iron, lead-free is a nightmare. Especially if you're doing like big ground plane resolders, like trying to do Commodore 64 recapping. So there's some really big caps on the C64 on the power circuitry. They're like 2,200 UF, things like that, like really big electrolytic capacitors, and they're on a really huge ground plane. And if you try and use lead-free solder on that, you'll just make a mess of it. You need so much heat. You wrote that about 4 minutes ago when you had the game. Yeah, I mean, I've dropped 44 frames since I started. Well, I've had 44 warnings. I don't know what that means in terms of how many frames, but yeah, I've had quite a lot today. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to drop down to 720p, I think, for the next stream. Yeah, highly toxic. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. The other thing with Flux as well is it's really good, but make sure you wash your hands thoroughly after it, because that stuff is toxic. That stuff is not good at all. It will ruin your skin as well. Anyway, that's enough electronics talk. I mean, I'll maybe do an electronic stream one day. I maybe get some. I might do a recap at some point. I might show you guys how to do a recap on a C64. It's a quite simple task, and it's useful to know, I guess. Yeah, maybe do some cartridge building as well. I like to build my own cartridges, and it's not that difficult to do. But I've seen some people online charging £20-30 for a custom cartridge for the C64, and I can make one for £2 or £3. So the most of the cost in the cartridge comes from the actual plastic casing. So I might do a stream on that at some point. That'd be quite useful, I think, for people to know how to do. Okay, so let's have a look. Right, we've got a problem with the dissolve not quite working on the bottom half, and actually not quite working on the top half when we go far enough in. You can see these extra sprites. So this pink line should be the border, and this should be blocked off now. Oh really? Okay, it's still dropping frames. So I just cleared the buffer like a minute ago, and I've still had one more warning since then. So I'm gonna drop it down to 720p. I think 1080p is probably a bit excessive. I don't particularly need it. I don't know why it's been so bad today. I think it might just be a Twitch server thing. I don't think it's the 5G, because I've been fine with that. I do find it kind of impressive that I'm streaming completely over mobile networks now. Can you use Super Mario? Yeah, I can do. It's 64K, right? So I could do it on a Magic Disc. Yeah. Yeah. No worries. I can do that. Actually, I don't think. Do I have any Magic Discs? I think I do. Hang on, let me check. One sec. Yeah, I do. I've got Magic Disc cartridges as well. The thing with the Magic Disc cartridges, the boards that I've got don't have a screw hole as well, so they're a bit awkward to find cases for. So But I can do. I mean, I can definitely do your cartridge, no problem. All right, let's start. I do. Reminds me actually, Hayes. I do need to dig the C128 out at some point and give it a test for you. Because I know you were interested in that, and I do want to sell it at some point because it's just sat on a shelf doing nothing. So I will dig that out at some point and give that a proper run through. Right, okay, let's get back to where we're at. Actually, no, do you know what? I'm going to go for a quick smoke, and when I come back, we'll dig into this code a little bit more. I think we're getting there, though. We've done all right. Your Magic desks have holes. Yeah, mine don't for some reason. I think I picked an Eagle PCB file up that didn't have holes in it, which is really frustrating. And I had a look at where the hole would be, and there's a track running right across it, so it's not even like I could drill a hole in it myself. Because I'd destroy it. Well, I could, but I'd have to like reroute the track as well, which would just be messy. It's not worth it at all. But it's fine. It's fine. Right, I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Be right back. And I'm back. Yeah. Yeah, it does have 3. It has the 512K EEPROM in it and 2. I forget what they are. They're like some of the LS chips, like the hex inverters, that sort of thing. I can't remember exactly what they are. Like LS02 or something, and 273, I think it is. But what I've done for a few friends at work is created. They've given me a list of PRGs. If you kind of gather up 512 kilobytes worth of PRGs, you can create a Magic Desk compilation cartridge, and you can run a little program at the beginning. It's on CSDB somewhere. There's like a launcher that you can put on, and you can have it launch these things. So people have been giving me like a list of their 20 favorite games that are single load PRGs, and I put it on a disc for them and give them that. It's kind of cool. It costs nothing. I mean, you can get a stack of 50 PCBs for like £20 or something like that. It doesn't cost a lot. If you go to one of these Hong Kong prototype places, they'll do you 50 PCBs for really cheap. You actually pay more in shipping than you do in anything else, and you have to wait like 6 weeks for them to get to you. But yeah. Okay, so what are we actually doing? We're copying from a source to a target. We're doing it in a block that moves up like so. So if there's a gap between the source and the target, that's not going to get cleared, is it? Is that what's going on here? Is it that we're not shifting everything down, we're only shifting the block that we're concerned about down? Okay. Where'd you get the 040 chips from cheap? I think I got mine from eBay or something. Oh no, actually I got mine from AliExpress. So most of the kind of logic chips I'll get from AliExpress, because that seemed to be the cheapest place. You do have to wait a long time though. That's the only thing. But I've got a whole stack of them now that I want to use. The 040, by that you mean the EEPROMs, right? Like the not the LS hex inverter chips, not the logic chips. You mean the yeah. I've been quite lucky with AliExpress. I think I've had maybe 1 or 2 out of 100 that have been bad. But to be honest, for the price you get them at, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, the 27004, yeah. Okay, so I think what's happening here is because we're copying a block of pixels. So we're basically, this is our target and this is our source, and we're just moving this up. So the source is approaching the target, source approaching the target. No, actually, that should be fine. So why are we getting blanks then? Okay, have we got any carry flags that are going wrong in here? So there's a subtract here and a subtract here. I'm gonna just for now, I'm just gonna put these carry bits in. don't think it's going to affect it, but I'm going to try it anyway. Yeah, UV erasables are a pain in the ass. I do have a UV. I don't know where it is actually. I do have a UV eraser, but it's annoying to actually use that. I actually have a couple of boxes of blank discs that I've had knocking around for a while. I've not used them for a bit. I do intend on doing some tests with Doc though soon, because I'm starting to think about the loader for that, and I do want to make sure it works on real hardware. That's kind of why I like the Magic Desk cart, because it's not a UV erasable. You don't need UV erasable chips in it. You can use these WinBond 2C7512s, what they're called, 27C512s, I think they're called. Hang on, I can find out the exact name of them. Yeah, 27C512, and you can get them in a non-UV erasable format, so it means you can just use this thing. One of these costs you about 20 quid, really cheap. When I was doing .cosmos 1 actually, and I was doing it on 16K cartridge, that was just a godsend. I was using that constantly for testing that my game would actually work on real cartridge. Yeah, 2C7512 is it 32K? No, that can't be right. It's the 512. I can fit like 20 games on it, so yeah, I'm not sure about that. Let's have a look. I'm kind of digressing a bit here, but I do like chatting about these things, so. Yeah, it's 512 kilobits, 64 kilobits times 8. I need to look at actually my diagram for my PCBs, but yeah, I've definitely managed to fit like 20 games on one, so yeah, it's bits, yeah. Yeah, 2C7512 is 64 kilobits times 8. I'm trying to think now, how did I get that many games on that? Because I definitely had lots and lots of games on that. Maybe I didn't have that. Maybe I did put a 2C7010 in or so. I don't know. Anyway, that's kind of off the track a little bit. Yeah, I've said Hayes, I really want to get you doing that, because I think it'd be really cool. I mean, I've shown these before. I'm going to show it again. You know, these are my homemade games. You know, I make the boxes myself. Did all the, you know, print. This is proper the original C64 kind of tape things, all nicely kind of boxed up and everything, with the little cartridge inside as well. And then I have my Turrican cartridge. And I've got a couple of them. I've got Turrican. Creatures 2 as well. And they've got nice little inserts in as well. They look cool, and they suit the little Creatures one with a little Clyde insert as well. Mayhem as well. So I'll put in the Mayhem one here. And that's it. I sent my son my other ones, and he's not bloody using them. Yeah, I made the box as well, so I got a laser printer, and printed on glossy paper, and then glued the glossy paper to cardboard, to like a printable cardboard that you would buy. You know, the quite lightweight cardboard, but with glossy paper glued to it, and then folded. And then use hot glue to glue all the things down. It's quite nice. So yeah, maybe I will. I mean, maybe I will do something to show you guys how to make your own cartridges at some point, because they're really cool. I spent a lot of time pissing around with those things, so yeah, it'd be good to share that at some point. Yeah, and as Stepz says, these burners, they cost you nothing. £20 or so, and they will take lots of different chip types that you can put in there, and you get adapters so you can put all the different kind of package format chips on there as well, and this will burn pretty much anything you would ever need for the Commodore. In fact, you can write kernel ROMs and stuff with this as well, so if you want to make well, I mean, yeah, you could make Jiffy DOS, I guess, with this as well. Then you can use this to do it. That wouldn't be a bad idea, actually. I did think about this with Luna as well, of doing a kind of cartridge giveaway for Luna as well, just to, you know, everybody input on that game, so it'd be kind of nice to give something away as well. So maybe I could do a stream where I build 4 or 5 Luna cartridges. And then give them away on stream as well. I'll have a think about that. It's not a bad idea. Oh, pardon me. Right. I forgot where I was at now. I do get sidetracked quite a lot on these streams. Okay, so I put these. That's right. I put these clear and the set in here, and they didn't do anything. So it's nothing to do with that. So I wonder what happens if I just do one, because this is going to happen as part of let's do column 0. This is going to happen as part of the start routine, so actually the time it takes to do this isn't massively important. We can have some kind of funky intro or something going on at the same time. So what I want to do is just see if I try and move column 0 by 6 pixels, do I get the same effect? Do I get the same broken effect? It could just be that I need to move a column 1 at a time or something. Yeah, so I get the same problem here with it kind of breaking a little bit around here. Have I ever released my game on cartridge? RGC. Oh yes, as Hayes says, I haven't released my game on cartridge. I've only ever released 2 games. I've only ever released .cosmos 1 and Luna, which was the Halloween competition game. Luna, as far as I'm concerned, anyone could do what they want with that. I really don't care about that. That's a collaborative effort. It's one for the people to share. It's not for me to kind of to sell. I think it would be wrong for me to sell it as well. It's not my game. It's a kind of combination effort of everybody on the stream. .cosmos 1, I've been approached by quite a few people to release it on cartridge, but as it's part of the RGCD competition, I've kind of, I think rightfully, said that no, this is for RGCD to do what they want with. And I've spoken to James at RGCD and agreed that we're going to hold off on releasing .cosmos 1 as a single cartridge, and we're going to put .cosmos 1 and .cosmos 2 onto a cartridge together and make it a dual release. So when you buy .cosmos 2, which hopefully will come at some point, it's taken me a long time to do, but when it's done, it's done. I'm not going to rush it. It's going to be sometime next year now, I think. It will come with .cosmos 1 on the cartridge. This is a social stream with a bonus of program, makes it much more enjoyable. Yeah, the problem is progress on this game is going so slowly now. So slowly. We're getting there though. We are getting there. And if you consider, right, this is what, stream 17, and the first stream was nothing to do with the game, and we probably look at about 5 hours on average coding per stream. So 5 times 16 is 80. So really, we've only done 2 weeks worth of work if you think of a working week and any job you would do. And what we've got for 2 weeks is pretty impressive, to be honest. And considering half of that time is spent figuring out what the hell we were doing last time, because I was drunk when I committed it. Yeah. I just want to plug in my. I want to make sure that this is working. Oh, okay, yeah. I might play some PC Engine in a bit then, because the thing seems to be on. Let's see if it works. Yeah, alright, maybe we will. Maybe I'll play some Parasol Stars then in 45 minutes or so. Okay, so I just want to see if I try and move 2 pixels at a time, it breaks down at the bottom. So we are getting a breakdown here. Why are we getting a breakdown here? That's the problem. So we should be copying from target to source. So it should be the same on the top and the bottom. I'm not sure why. Yeah, it is enough for the chit chat. I am going to get on with it. It's bugging me that I'm kind of digressing so much. Also, the wine is kicking in. Somewhat strong now. Okay, bottom offset's fine. Copying from the source to the target. Oh, wait a minute. Should we be going backwards? Yes, we should be going backwards. So actually, this should be subtract. And this should be subtract. And this should be comparing. Actually, we will work out the comparison in a minute. But it means that this is wrong. So the moment this is going from the middle out, and that's because if we're moving 10 lines, we start here. Oh, actually, no, that is right. Start here and move backwards. Yes, that's correct. Oh, okay. So what we need to do is at this position here. This is correct, but this is wrong. This needs to be. We need to load the squeeze count. Load the squeeze count. And then we need to load. Wait a minute. No, hang on. Think about this. Think about this. Okay, so. So this is correct, but then what we need to do, I'm going to get rid of this bit. Given that we've got a source location, for every row that we need to squeeze, we need to subtract 3 from this location. So subtract 0, 3, increase y. If it's not 0, then come back to here, which is, should that be that? Yeah, that should be that. Okay. Oh, you got the SS64. I really want an SS64. I really do. They're just so much money. You pay like £400 or £500 for them, minimum. For essentially a Commodore 64 that runs on a 4-inch screen. So, thank you for the follow, Marquette. Welcome to the stream. Buffalo and Epic are on at the moment. Oh, okay, cool. I think the PC Engine is going to work. So, what I'm going to do is when I have the next break at 2:30, 40 minutes from now, I will quickly just check that it is working on the other screen, and if it is, I will have a go of the PC Engine. I think it will work though. It seems to be on, and I seem to be getting a signal through the OSSC. I don't need that on. I don't know why I've turned that on. Turn it off. Okay. So that actually sets our target up there. So we store in the target, and then we use subtract here, which is correct. Then what should we be checking for? We should be checking for... We're not checking the source, we should be checking the target. And if the target has reached... If the target has reached this middle point, which is... The middle point is 1E. So if it's 1E, 1F, or 20. So if it's less than 20, so if it's less than... Sorry, less than 21. So compare with 21. If it's less than 21, we don't do anything. If it's more than or equal to it, then we go back to the loop. Alright, that should be enough. What type of game am I making? This is a Commodore 64 game in assembly language, which is going to be a single screen arcade game, kind of in the vein of Bubble Bobble and games like that. Oh, I know that's completely broken there. That's not worked at all. Oh, and that's probably because this list needs reversing. Wait a minute, no, this isn't right. If I want to move one... Oh yeah, the list does need reversing. Okay, so this list needs to be backwards now. So if I want to move one, it should be 3C. So let me do this. So it should start on 3F. If I want to move one, it's 3C. Three, 9, 3, 6, 3, 3, and this should be 3, 0. Two, 4. Okay, that should probably be all right. See how that goes. Oh, it's made a right mess of it. Now look what it's done over the bottom here. It's properly staggered that out. That's... Hang on, let me think about this, right? So if we want to move one in, then our target, our source should be the very bottom row. So if we imagine the very bottom row ends in 3E, so the very bottom row is 3C. So the first one should be 3C here, which it is. Minus 3, 3, 9, minus 3, minus 3, minus 3. Okay, I don't know why that's wrong. I'm going to set that carry bit again here. Maybe the target's wrong. Do that there like that. What do I squeeze count? Yes. X is not affected, I don't think. No, X is never touched, so that's fine. Okay, let's try that. Oh, that's made a right mess of it, hasn't it? That's not right at all. So this bottom row is bytes 3E, 3D, and 3C. So this should be copying from 3C up 2 rows to... Okay. We'll get this right. I've got to get this right before I carry on playing games or anything. Okay, so we've got the swoosh count correct. It grabs the byte offset. That's correct. Okay. Bottom offset, however, should be comma Y, and the carry flag needs clearing here. That's why. Thank you for the follow, Marquette. Oh, it's a subscription. Thank you for the subscription, Marquette. I went to say the name and I realised you just followed, so cheers. The wine is on you. Thank you very much. Okay, it's... I mean, there's definitely a pattern going on here, but it's an incorrect pattern, so... That should definitely have been cleared there. Do we need to clear it again? No, it's cleared here. Oh, wait. That shouldn't be clear. It should be set. God damn it. Sub hype. I do need some better alerts at some point as well. I need to get myself some, maybe not haze level, you know, haze level super in your face video alerts, but I do need something. I do like Haze's alert though. The little, I can't remember the name of the tune now, but there's a tune that plays on one of the alerts, and I absolutely love it. And I love the video you've got for it as well. It's great. I need something like that. Maybe not that intense, but yeah, something a bit more than just the bog standard. Okay, this is correct now. Did I just screw that up by making that loop backwards? Let me undo those things. Let me make a copy of that just in case. Okay, let's go back and set the carry flag here and clear it. Where was it? Clear it here. No, okay, so the reverse loop, the reverse table was correct. So I do need this, not that. Yeah, the cat on the keyboard one, that's the one. I love that. I mean, it's super intense. Mario, yeah, sure. I can make you a cart, no problem. I need to find a good case that works with it, because I don't have a good case. I have got my 3D printer, which you guys will see actually once I redo this area. I'm gonna actually switch my desks over to this side, and I'm gonna have my shelves, my kind of part shelves, and my 3D printer here as well. So you'll see just how crazy my 3D printer is. It's big enough that it could print a full kind of C64 case if I wanted to. I don't have the 3D model to do it. But actually, that's a good point. If anybody does have a 3D printer file for a Commodore 64 case, then please share it with me. Or if you know of where I can get one, please let me know. I'd love to be able to print my own cases. It's big enough to do it, but I can't find a good model, and I haven't got the time to sit down with the calipers and measure a C64 case, nor do I have the skill to do it, to be honest. So. Bongo Cat, is that what it's called? Okay. Okay, why are we not getting it? So the source should be picking up from the bottom of the file. Let's put a breakpoint here and let's see. So this source should be 3C. 3C should be the value that we're getting out of this. And I'm getting 0. That can't be right. 3933. One of them is wrong. 39, which is this one. 2. Yep, I am moving 2. Oh, okay, yeah, so that is actually the correct value. You have the box cover instructions and cart case. Yeah, the tricky thing is finding a cart case that will work with the Magic Desk. So far, the Magic Desk that I've given out to my friends at work and stuff, I've not had cartridge cases with them because I haven't found a case that actually works for the version of the Magic Desk cart that I have. I might just get some more PCBs made because it is kind of awkward not being able to do it. And I do have cartridge cases knocking around that I can use. Okay, so this is correct. So let's have a look what the target is as well. So let's stick a breakpoint in here and see what the target is. So this should be 2 rows less than the source, and the source is 3.9, so we should be looking at 3.3. In fact, we should have it already in here. Accumulator is 3.3, so this should be right. So why aren't we seeing it work correctly? And then we subtract 3 from the source, subtract 3 from the target. And yet what we see is this, which is not what we were asking for at all. So the first problem we've got here is that actually if we try and compress more than 2 rows at a time, then we actually get some overflow here, and this is because we're only moving stuff from that row back to the middle. So if we do 2 rows, what's actually happening is we're not getting that final row. So let's try setting it to 1 and see if that actually works, because it could just be that we just need to define a kind of list of rows and columns. So let's have a look. I'm gonna have a look at this STL while this boots up. Yeah, I've not found anything that's good enough, so I'd be surprised if this... Oh, apparently Thingiverse is not working. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. No, God, that's horrible. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's kind of almost there. Why has it got no ports in the back? That makes no sense. And also, why is he printing it on such a shitty printer? In 2 halves as well. Oh, this is why I bought a large format printer. I wanted something that didn't need to kind of join them together. Do you want the bread bin STL? Yeah, if I can find the bread bin case as a single STL file with all the ports and everything, that'd be great. And cartridge cases as well. Hayes, actually, it's both things I want. So I want the C64 case because I'd like to be able to build a C64 without kind of needing the cases. It's actually quite hard to find cases if you've got say you find a C64 and it's got a broken case. Finding someone who's selling the case in good condition for a decent price is quite hard to do. Okay, that seems to have done too much now. Damn, why is this so difficult? What is going on here? Okay. So we're supposed to have shifted 1 pixel down, but unfortunately the bottom half seems to have shifted way more than that. And I don't know why that is. We've said shift 1, and what we've actually got is... Well, let's have a look. Wait. Chiswicked has got a Blender file for a C64C. Oh, I might have to speak to him about that. You have to clarify on that, Hayes. I'd like to know what you mean by that. Let's get rid of that breakpoint because that's just fucking annoying. Thank you for the follow, Gustav TXC. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, they are really good. I need to. I mean, maybe I should speak to Rod or whatever he's called. Future is 8-bit because I think he's got quite a lot of cartridges, and I think maybe he's got some that will suit the Magic Desk cart version that I've got. I'm kicking myself for not picking one with a hole in it, to be honest. Check my PM on where? Where am I checking my PM? Boom, 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 boom. Oh, on Twitch. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Where am I checking my PMs? I'm not seeing anything on Discord, I'm not seeing anything on Twitch, that's where I'd normally check these things. Okay, I'm gonna read a bit of this for a minute while I figure out what's going on. Oh, and Chiswicked has woken up to tell me that. Awesome. If you can find that, Chiswicked, I will love you forever. I really will. Not designed for... that's fine. I can play around with it and make it worth printing. I'm kind of familiar with the programs that are used for this, so I'd be fine doing that. What I don't have is the dimension. I mean, how accurate is it? Is it good enough? Like, so if I wanted to mount a mainboard into that, would it still work? Oh, okay, only has the pin in the middle. Okay. Oh god, I'm just getting so sidetracked by this. Right, let's focus on this. So the top half is working, but the bottom half isn't. The bottom half should be just taking our source, subtracting 3 for every row of squeeze I want to do, and storing it in the target. Is that actually working? Okay, so take the squeeze count. Squeeze count is 1 according to this. Yep, 1. This line here. Take our offset and our bottom offset. Our bottom offset is this one here. It's 3C, which is the very bottom left corner, which is correct. We add the offset, so if we're doing more than one column, then we would add an offset. We don't care about that, that's fine. We're using clear, so that's that. Oh, pardon me. That is working. You measured everything with a ruler. Okay. I can do... No, I can't do the coding off stream. I can't do the coding off stream. I've determined not to do any of this coding off stream. I've done a little bit of that in the past, and I think it's not good. So, what I'm more interested in, Chiz, is that I can mount a. If I mount a main board in it, are the screw holes in the correct places? Are the ports in the correct places? That's all I care about. If the case is like not 100%, that's absolutely fine. If anything, it has a little bit of kind of uniqueness to it. Yeah, it's more about, can I actually mount a main board in it? Okay, so I think this is correct. This value, in fact, I know this is correct because I'm seeing those values. So then at this point, we load that value, we store it in here. Forget how the masking works, don't care about that. We know it works because it works in the top half. Then we take the source, we subtract 3 from it. We take the target, we subtract 3 from it. If the target is more than 21, then go back to this loop, and this loop starts over again. This should be working. Why is this not working? And this is only happening once, and as soon as it happens, it shrinks the whole fucking thing down. Oh, because I'm working from the bottom up. I move. Oh shit, okay. I should be working from the top down, okay. So I was right in the first place. It is this way. And it is add. And which means this is source target. This probably should be the other way around. This should this be 40 or should this be I think it should be 3F. And then this is moving this way down, copying from there to there, which means it's always grabbing from an area that hasn't been touched. Okay, that might be right actually. Okay. No worries. I mean, it's something I've been after for a while. I suspect it's not an easy thing to get a kind of engineering quality 3D model for those things. I'll do it at some point. Once I get my setup sorted out and you can see the 3D printer behind here, maybe it will encourage somebody to go, oh, I want to make something for that. Because I can't. I have no idea how to do it. I can just about use Tinkercad, and that's meant for like absolute noobs. And I can only just use that, so. Oh, Reggae Pirate. Well, yeah, I'm not seeing this. I'm not seeing the PM. I don't know where you've sent that. Maybe you sent it on Twitter. No, it's not on Twitter either. I don't know where you've sent that, Reggae Pirate, but I don't see it. Check on my Twitch. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Sorry, dude. Oh, no, I have. I've suddenly got a message. Alright. Let's have a look. Holy shit. You have indeed. So, let me show you this. This actually looks perfect. Let's have a look. What's in it? Oh, pardon me. I don't know why it's got the keyboard and stuff in there. That's kind of unnecessary, but actually, keyboard keys is another thing I've considered kind of looking at, but this could be enough. I'd like to see the insides though. A bit bothered that it doesn't show those. You can't scroll there. And what is this site? This is an interesting site. Cults 3D. Okay. It's got the expansion ports as well, which is nice. It looks like, looking at these little nipply things here, it looks like it's got the keyboard inserts as well, the board inserts as well, because they did put these little domes in as well, because when you screw the screws in, without them, it's not a great thing to do. Without them, you sometimes get the screws poking through the bottom of the case as well. So that kind of shows you where the screws go. These little things here, and so the fact that they're there means that there are probably, although there's more actually. There's more than there needs to be. It's usually only around the outside. There's rarely any screws in the middle, so I don't know why these ones are here. Oh man, that's good. I might be able to make a bright red Commodore 64. So one thing that I've been experimenting with 3D printing is changing colours on layers as well. So creating a print that halfway through the print you change colour. It might be cool to do this in multicolour, in like red and blue or something would be really nice. In the Commodore, maybe even the Commodore logo. Could I do that? I could probably code the G-code file to do it, maybe. Oh, thank you very much, Reggae Pirate. Thank you. Excellent. Alright, I'm going to save that. I'm going to have a look at that later. I would need to set my 3D printer up again. It's been unplugged for a while. Probably need to clean all the heads on it and stuff, but... Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Reggae. Appreciate it, man. I wish I could give you something in return for that. Can I give you something? Can I gift you a sub? Actually, I think I can gift you a sub. I can. Oh, awesome. I can gift people subs to my own channel. How weird is that? I'm gonna do it. Why not? Reggae. There you go. I can't say there's many people who have gifted a sub to their own channel, but I've just done it, so there you go. It's because I've wanted that for so long. I'm so happy that you've done that, so thank you. You're welcome. I get half my money back anyway, so no, it wouldn't be red. I think it'd be red and blue. I think it would be like with. It would be kind. It'd be nice. I kind of want to try it. In fact, what colours have I got? I think I've got. Yeah, I've got red. I've got blue. I've got yellow. Black. Oh, a black one might be nice. I've also got transparent red as well, which could be good. Very cool. But yes, thank you, Reggae Pirate, and you're very welcome with the gift sub there. I didn't think I'd be able to gift sub for my own channel, but apparently I can. That's kind of weird, but oh, right. Anyway, back to the game, which I'm kind of losing track of completely now. All right, some reason this bottom half is not working as well as the top half. So let's have a think about this. What's going on here? Let's start with one. Let's start with the. Oh no, I am starting with one. Okay, fair enough. So that should grab a bottom offset of 24. Oh, and this now needs to be. Okay. This actually needs to be add, not subtract. Yeah, I'm just not thinking straight. I'm getting sidetracked by everything, that's why. think this should be right now. No, not at all. Okay, well, the add is definitely right because the source is now. No. This should be target. Oh my god, you can tell I've been drinking wine. And this should be source, that's right. Oh, okay. I didn't think it'd be possible for some reason. But, yeah. I guess it's a nice way of saying thank you, and it only cost me half as much as a normal sub, so... Because I get half of it back, right? Actually, that's a good point. I think I'm due my first Twitch payout. I think I need to check that at some point. If I am, I will maybe buy something with it and do something with my purchase on stream. I think. Yeah, I need to check that actually. I should be due it, I think. Okay, this still hasn't worked. Gift sub. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm getting to the point now where I can't actually think about this much longer. It's driving me mad. It's bugging me though. It's bugging me. I really want to nail this little bit. It's taking me hours. This is kind of crazy. Load from the source value, which should be somewhere near the bottom, to the target value, which should be further up, and then slowly move that up. Source to target, source to target, source to target, which is correct because the source is always being pulled from. Actually, is that right? Yes, that is right, isn't it? Source is always being pulled. Oh man, I can't think about this. I can't think about this. You know what? I think I'm going to park it there because I think I'm getting towards the end of my second bottle, and I think that's what's causing the problem. I can't think about this copy paste kind of malarkey. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take a 5-minute break now. I'm going to park where we're at now. I might fix this week. I might not. I don't know. But I will take a look at that. Oh, thank you, Hayes, for the gift sub to Chiswicked, and welcome to the subs, Chiswicked. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much. I will potentially fix this week. If not, I think it'll be a fairly quick fix when I've not had 2 bottles of wine in me. But right now, I'm going to take a quick break. Then when we come back, I'm going to have a look and see if we can get the PC Engine working. The PC Engine is working. We'll play some Parasol Stars. I'll play through one kind of long game. If I die really quickly, then I'll restart. But I want to do at least one long game. So yeah. So guys, if you followed along for the coding, thank you very much for coming along. Apologies for the kind of the off-topic stuff tonight. It's been a bit slow, but I think that's going to be the case going forward with this game. We're at the point now where actually everything we're going to do is going to be quite slow. You know, we're into that kind of last few percent of the game, really. So, thank you for that. If you're going to stick around for the game, I will be back in about 5 minutes, guys. All right, be right back.